Boop. And we're off. Hello, everyone. So I've got, well, let me think here. 3 things to consider. One, in 2 weeks, I may be streaming. Why is making cuts be so? I mean, because we put limitations on things. That's why. So in 2 weeks, I may not be streaming on Tuesday. I may end up streaming on Monday instead. I may end up streaming on a different day altogether. Depends what my schedule ends up looking like. There's a possibility, I haven't discussed it with anyone, but there's a possibility I may not be home that night because apparently the world has decided that that's when that's when I end up being, another year older. Yeah, in 2 weeks from now, I will be turning 55. Yeah. Uh, People wonder why I talk about Magic the way I do. Well, I've been playing over 30 years. It came out when I was in my 20s. So there's possibility the stream for 2 weeks from now may end up having to be rescheduled. Also, there may not be a stream next week, depending on what my schedule at one of my jobs looks like, because on I normally work at a gas station on the weekends overnight, but not this coming weekend, but the weekend after, so the weekend of the 21st. I will be with my LGS at their booth at Toronto Comic Con, which means I will not be sensibly able to work the gas station on those nights. Yeah, I can't do 60 hours or whatever in a row. No, that's not a thing. Work one job, turn around and go straight to another job, then go back to the first. Yeah, no, that's not a thing. So, I may end up having to do shifts earlier in the earlier in the week instead at the gas station. I I may not know what shifts I'll end up doing until at least this coming weekend. So as soon as I find out anything useful, I will post on social media. I'll post on Blue Sky. I'll post on Discord. I'll post on X. As soon as I have anything useful to report with respect to that. Number 3, and this is by no means any sort of necessity. But I'm getting people occasionally coming in asking for help with their commander deck, and I do not mind doing that. But what it does mean is that a stream that could normally be, a 4-hour stream ends up going for about 6 hours because, distractions happen. I don't have any problem with that. However, I am considering possibly having a second data stream every week. One primarily for doing stuff like this. And a second day which is primarily aimed towards, hey, by the way, I'm needing help with, a deck. If that's the sort of thing that, that people are interested in, let me know in the chat, let me know in YouTube comments, hook me up, hit me up on social media. something. Uh, if that ends up being a more useful thing, maybe that's a thing I can. Maybe that's a thing I consider. Um, and we'll go on from there. That being said, before I get too far into what's going on, whoop, that way. There we go. Before I get too far in what's going on, with the stuff on the screen here, uh, Zero, I don't know if I don't know if you've been around when I've suggested this before. Right. So, when I have trouble making the last couple cuts, and often, well, so I have two ways to handle this. One is if I go over here to, to my blank, I tend to put cards in categories and then go based on that. And the number of cards per category can vary from deck to deck, and what the categories are can vary from deck to deck. But if you look at any of my deck lists, for example, you'll see the cards are categorized in different ways for different decks. For example, my colorless control deck, I have spot removal, mass removal, ways to counter stuff, ways to reuse cards, cost reducers, multi-card draw, ramp, etc., etc. But if you look at my mono black commons aristocrats list, it's organized very differently. Sack outlets, stuff that's there to be sacrificed, reasons to sacrifice, spot removal, a little bit of ramp, some random, yeah. And so the first thing I would recommend is trying to generally categorize cards. And you don't need anything even as fancy as this, but just have an idea. And then this way, for example, if you find you have too many cards in a given, that do a given thing, like I have too many cards under spot removal because I don't actually need as much because the decks I play against, because the kind of cards that are in the deck, you know, you need less spot removal when you've got bigger creatures, as an example. So, or maybe just the way the deck plays, you only need spot removal for like specific kinds of cards, and anything else doesn't really matter. So you're like, okay, you can now go, okay, which of these do I want to get rid of? The second thing I tend to recommend, and this is more useful when you're dealing with physical cards, is you have a stack of cards in your hand, and what I commonly do, and you can do it this way as sorry, you can do it this way as well, is counting up. And so what I commonly do is like, okay, I've got a stack of cards. I've got, some number of slots for land. Let's say I've got 44 slots I've got devoted to mana. Those are my lands. Those are ramp. Uh, some decks are going to want more. Some are going to want less. But I have an idea in my mind. How far I want to go in that department. Then I start taking a look at the rest and I start counting out cards. And I try to look at what I've got in terms of how many copies. Sure. So that would be 36 lands, but then you've got your ramp and whatever else on top of that. And how much ramp do you think you actually need? Well, figure out how much ramp you figure you actually need, and then from there you start counting up. So if you're looking at 36 lands, then assuming you've got one card that starts off in the command zone, you're looking at 63 cards. And you go, okay, let's put these out in order of most important to my deck to least important. And you start counting out. You know, 1, 2, 3. This is a lot easier, for example, when you're doing limited. And you're trying to build a deck and you're having trouble figuring out what to cut. But it'll work just as well for Commander. 10, 11, 12. You keep counting. Okay, well, there's my Soul Ring, and, there's this for removal, and I have this to get lands out, and this to pump my creatures, so on and so forth. 23, 24, 25. And once you hit, in this case, because you said 36, 36 for lands, once you hit 63, in this case, you stop. Because the 64th card is less important to your deck than the 63 that came before it. And so, when you're trying to add cards, in a pinch, in an emergency, you can do the same thing. You add that to your stack of cards that you want to put in, and maybe because they're cards you really want to add, and you put them, so you'll put them higher up in the stack of cards that are in your hand, and you go from there. It works really, like I said, it works a lot better when you're dealing with actual physical cards. And I don't know if the deck in question is something that you are working on that you actually physically have, or if this is for Magic Online or for just Xmage or some other third-party program. But that doesn't matter as much as like as an example, is this, well, I want to add 2 pieces of spot removal because I need more spot removal. Okay. What's its commander I thought looked really cool upon first glance, but is in colors I tend to struggle with. There. Yeah, this is also part of the reason I am doing this entire, a deck for every color and color combination routine. And I'm hoping, I doubt it, but I'm hoping to at least get the decks that I have, actual links for finished before I start working on in terms of physically being done, being built, before I start working on another one. So, the interesting thing about Magic is that the game has been around long enough that you can often ignore the actual colors themselves as long as you've got an idea in mind of how you want to build it, because you can find answers. You can often find answers to the kind of questions the words are hard sometimes. if you have an idea for a kind of card that you want to put in your deck, there's a pretty reasonable chance you can find that kind of card in any color. Some colors it's more difficult than others, but it's not unreasonable. So I think the first question is, what kind of card are you looking for? You know, what you said you're trying to do self-mill slash artifact. Noctis, Prince of Lucas. Actually, let's do this. That's not what I said. Noctis, Prince of Lucas. I'm trying to assemble a large quantity of artifact creatures. Okay. So basically, all your artifacts in your all your artifacts gain flashback equal to their mana cost plus 3 life. So, you're trying to build self-mill. So, I know that deck stats. I know you use, was it I can't remember if it's Moxfield or Architect. I want to say it's Architect is what you normally use. I forget which. I know that deck stats has the ability to turn around and say, by the way, you know, this isn't a list. This is just a list of cards. I know it also has the ability to give like starting hands and so forth. Are you able to do that with here's a list of cards as opposed to here is a deck list? Because if you can do that, you're looking for cards to cut. Maybe you can start seeing what kind of cards are more likely to be useful to be cut. You know what I mean? I've used both by 10 just because that. Yeah, I use deck stats largely because since I came across it probably over a decade ago, I've never needed an account to be able to put stuff up on it and get some kind of feedback. You know, whether that's something that's, because a lot of the time the feedback I'm looking for are things like, what are the odds of me drawing this kind of card in a reasonable amount of time? You know, I'm not looking for feedback necessarily from people. To me, that, at least initially, was a secondary thing, and therefore, having an account didn't matter to me. It wasn't important. It's like, what do I need an account just to figure out, just to get this thing to give me back some mathematical answer? It's only in the last few years I've even considered maybe I should get an account for it because I end up posting stuff on it as often as I do. But to me, that's kind of meh. But that's why I use deck stats. It gives me all the information I need. It lets me post anything I want on there. And it's like, hey, by the way. And it doesn't even ask for an email address to use. But that's me. As far as, using Moxfield, Archidect, uh, some people post their stuff on MTG Goldfish, whatever. I don't care as long as the stuff is in a way that makes sense. The other thing I like about deck stats is I can give it my own categories. When I'm looking at lists from other sites, like for example, if I'm looking at a list from Goldfish, it's commonly going to be organized in, you know, creatures, enchantments, instants, sorceries, by card type. Whereas a site like Deck Stats is more organized for card category. You can, that or I think Moxfield and Architect allowed you to create your own categories. I know Deck Stats does, which is a lot more useful when you're pulling up a deck and it's like, okay, but what does your stuff actually do? You know, sure, you have X in that deck, but like having careful cultivation listed as an enchantment is not useful when you're looking at the entire deck. You need to know it's in there to get you more mana. You know, it and Lignify don't really have anything to do with each other. They're great when you're dealing with like thousands upon thousands of deck lists that you're sharing with people. But when you're dealing with individual lists, it's like, no, I want to be able to make my own categories. But that's another topic for another time. Do you have an idea what kind of cards? Like, I think the first question, because you're talking about looking for cuts, are there cards that you put in your list just because you're like, all right, I'm at this point, I need to add another something? You know, you may not have even decided what category of something it was. You're like, I need to add another card. Okay. Sure. Well, this looks like this fits. Oh man, you really, really should have seen. You should have seen how much of a headache it was for me to try and figure out what to put in my five color list, because I even went so far as to I had the additional restriction that I wanted everything, as many creatures as possible, to be an animal. I went through Good Lord, how many was it? 20,000. I had this giant convoluted search just to find creature types on Scryfall. And it had to be something that, like, if you take a look at any of these, this is a bird, this is an elephant, this is a whale, this is, cobra, which is going to be snake, this is a spider, dinosaur, dog, goat. These are all things that actually badger. These are all creature types that actually do exist on Earth. They may be fanciful variants of it, but when all is said and done, these are just animals. I had to go through... How many pages was it? 60... I want to say it was something like 60 pages or something like that. And a Scryfall search is like they'll do 60 cards per page. And I had I think it was like 35 pages. Somewhere around 30 to 35 pages. Yeah, it was 35 pages. And I had it sorted by mana value. And I had a spreadsheet that basically said I was forcing myself. I could not have more than 3 cards per page. Let's see if I can actually find it here. So Dax, no, EDH. What were you? This was for needs. No, that's just a list of creature types. Give me a moment here. Was it this one? Yeah, okay, found it. So, so I had this in a Excel spreadsheet. Okay? This is all sorted by mana value. Name, power and toughness, its cost, and then any abilities that, like, some kind of shorthand for what abilities it had. I had 115 because row 1 was the headings. 115 cards. So I was going through 39 pages. And I was not allowing myself to have. I made a list of 3 per page, and then I guess I didn't quite have enough for the last page, like to do 3 for the last page, so I picked 2. You want to know what it's like trying to cut stuff down? I had to cut this down. I had to cut this list down from 115 options down to something closer to 50. I had to cut this list in more than half. And some of the stuff I really wanted to be able to play, I ended up not being able to play because it didn't do anything useful for the deck. Like, I wanted to be able to play Pack Rat, because being able to discard extra cards and make more rats was great. Stormcrow was there. I mean, on the page where Stormcrow was, there wasn't a lot of good options, but I'm like, yeah, add that for the meme. Grizzled Leotard, 2 mana for a 1/5 is kind of silly, because it's really hard to kill. 2 mana for a 2/2 should be on par. You know. But this is like, you're only losing 1 point of power and gaining 3 points of toughness. That's kind of a big deal. Battlefield Raptor being a 1/2 flying first strike for 1 mana is kind of silly. That's like really strong for a 1 mana creature. Giant Oyster, there to be basically a removal spell that, over time, but it'll eventually shrink down the creature. And so many cards that I wanted to be able to add, it's like, yeah, no, there's just... I had nothing. So by the end of it, I had to cut it down. I managed to cut it down to, I was able to manage to cut it down to about 50 cards. Some of these just didn't do enough. Like, Savannah Lines being a 2/1 for a white is good, but it wasn't going to be enough. So at the end of the day, it's like, this is where having it in categories helps me a lot, because it's like, okay, these guys are here to draw cards or do something similar. Waker of Waves, I can basically channel it to get one of the top 2 cards in my deck. Poison, a list of cards for giving my stuff abilities. Stuff here to... it says combo bits. That's not exactly an appropriate term, but I have stuck in monk just in case seeing the categories helped. Yeah, do either of them, the question is, do either of them let you create your own categories? Because that's that's a big deal, in my opinion, when it comes to stuff like this. Teamer Sabretooth combining with Bog Badger is actually kind of fun because you can turn around, return the Badger back to your hand, uh, and then recast it later to give your stuff menace again. So Architect lets you create your own categories. Okay, that helps a lot then because it helps you, it helps you see what you've got. Like I have 18 creatures in here that are here to be removal. If I am to add something else that's good removal, I may be looking at cutting one of these cards. And then I've got like five guys here that I figured, I mean, I'm calling it 3 tickets to the zoo. We need some staff for the zoo. One of them's also a wolf, incidentally. So, also another animal. All my ramp is also based on animals. Yeah, so it was getting this. First of all, there were some pages where it's like I can only choose 3. I want like 8 of these guys. And I had to go, no, I'm only allowed 3. And cutting from the 8 that I saw down to 3, it's like, okay, what do I actually. Trust me, when you say it's hard to cut cards, believe me, this this was a headache to try and, you know, yeah, you want to try and build a deck and figure, and never mind anything that's come out since I built the list. Never mind anything that's come out since then. You know, um, I created this. Can I see? Let's see here. Properties. Uh, that looks like 2022 if I'm reading that right. Um, yeah. It was like 2022, 2023, something like that. And yeah, it was a headache to try and pin down. I think it was June 2023 if I read that right. To finally narrow down what actual cards were going into the deck. So yeah. But what are you where are you getting stuck? Yeah, yeah. Whoops. That's not what I want. Copy a link. Paste and go. I hope I'm human. Page not... Why is it saying page not found? It's coming up saying page not found. Do you have it as not shareable, as not public or something like that? There we go. All right. Okay. And you said you have 2 cards that you want to add. Uh... Okay. So, when it comes to something like Commander, or, well, let's try this again. If I go to my Chandra animator list, as an example, because conceptually you're trying to do the same sort of thing I am. You are trying to get stuff into your graveyard and then cast it from there. So, I've got a handful of cards to cheat stuff into play. I have ways to discard cards. But the next slot that you might want to take a look at is this, which is Entombers. I mean, you've seen what Entomb does. But you'll notice I don't have Entomb itself here. And that's on purpose. The first card I went for was Buried Alive. The reason I went for Buried Alive is my deck is, this is a reanimator deck. I'm trying to get stuff in, I'm trying to get creatures specifically into play from the graveyard. Buried Alive will get me any 3 creature cards into my graveyard, whereas Entomb will just get 1. If you've got ways to get, and I'll be honest, I haven't looked, but if you've got ways to get artifacts from your library into your graveyard, and not just, 1, but like a few of them, like what Buried Alive can with creatures, I would run that instead. I see you've got Buried Alive there. Depending on, what kind of artifacts you're looking at. I thought I saw 2 signets here with the same name. No, Arcane Signet and Azorius Signet. Golbez, what do you do when you have control for more artifacts? Return target creature card. Oh, whenever an artifact. Yeah. Whenever. Better card for that. Whenever an artifact. Yep. Watcher the Wayside. Because you two are both. Yeah. I like the turret. I like the koi. When the center's target player mills 2, you gain 2 life. I'm I'm less enthused by the Watcher. You really need to know, and to be fair, I haven't looked at the entire list yet. But Watcher, if Watcher might not be enough. Destroy target opponent. Yeah, this thing is going to be really good. Dalectron, I like it. What do you do? Okay, yep. Land 36. 7 island. 7 of each basic. Um, Once you've got stuff sorted out, you may want to take another look and rebalance your basic lands. Not saying I'm not saying it's right or wrong. You just may want to take a look at some point and go, "Oh, I've actually got a lot more blue here than white. I'll cut a couple of planes for some more islands." Uh, okay. Choice familiar, founder, inspector. Spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less. Which is going to be a thing based on what your commander's trying to do. Waka, remove a counter from. Right. Yep. Yep. Okay. I was trying to think, what counters are you trying to remove? Noctis says they come in and play with the finality counter on them. Right. Okay. Uh. As familiar, when it dies, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Wonder if there's a better option for that. Although you can keep getting it back. Leonin Elder. Yep, okay. I'll cast Frigate. Have you considered something like oh, what do you call it? Wormcoil Engine? Which is like a 6 mana 6/6 Death Touch lifelink that when it dies it splits into a 3/3 lifelink and a 3/3 Death Touch. It's a colorless artifact creature in your tokens pile. Got it. Is this all? Oh, okay. I see what you mean by okay. So this is stuff that's here to make tokens. Got it. Psi. Whoops. Mannequin core. Uh. Oh, okay. Yep. Whenever I cast this. This thing is hilarious. Black Market Connections, Filigree Familiar. I love Filigree Familiar. I saw this thing on Blue Sky, and somebody had posted a question asking, what's the most popular creature that you have in your commander decks, not counting mana dorks? And well, my initial reaction was Scare Tiller, but Scare Tiller is also very much a. I play it like a mana dork because I use it in combination. Its best slot is with the Capenna auto sack lands, Riveteer's Overlook, etc., etc. That you know land when it enters, you sack it, you fetch a basic of the appropriate type. Um, one of the three types that family from Capenna cares about, and you gain life. Well, you combine that with Scare Tiller, who, whenever it becomes tapped, you get two options, one of which is taking a land from your graveyard and putting it onto the battlefield tapped. Well, the lands from Capenna don't care if they're tapped. They're like, oh, I just entered, sack. I've entered, sack me, get a basic out of your deck, and gain a life. So for me, it's not a mana dork per se, but it is ramp. So they're like, okay, no, that's a little too mana dorky for me. You got a better option? So I'm like, I pulled up Excel and I went through all my lists of decks that I have built, and the number two card on my, the most common creature after Scare Tiller is Filigree Familiar. Actually, sorry, it's not Filigree Familiar. It's the other one. It's the fox. Good lord, what does the fox say? Um, it's there for card draw because it actually has decent card draw. Where are you? Clockwork Fox. Um, 3 mana, 3/2 artifact creature fox. When this creature leaves the battlefield, you draw 2 cards and each opponent draws a card. It's like this random common that just. Filigree Familiar, you specifically want it to die. The Clockwork Fox just needs to leave the battlefield, which also means if it gets sent back to your hand or gets exiled or whatever, you're also going to draw cards. It's also slightly bigger. It's a 3/2 instead of a 2/2 for the same cost. So you might want to consider that possibly in addition, possibly instead of the Filigree Familiar. If life gain is relevant, which, considering you're playing with Noctis, that might be a thing, but that also depends on how much life gain you've got and how much life you're paying, too. That's a cute version of Frantic Search. Yeah, you might want to consider that somewhere in your list as well. And mill 2 cards, mill 2, draw 2, discard 2. Finisher. whatever. I feel like Glass Dusk really wants to be in a deck where you're getting a bunch of cards at once. You know what I think would best fit this deck in that context? I think this deck really wants a card like Open the Vaults or like any kind of card like Open the Vaults where you can bring back a bunch of artifacts at once. Noctis is fine, but you don't want to be having to cast them like especially when you've got a bunch, you don't want to. Do I have any mass reanimation in here? I do not remember. Yeah, I've got Wake the Dead. Well, that's kind of. It is technically mass reanimation, but you sack them at the end of turn. But if you're. The thing is, if you use something like Wake the Dead on a Phyrexian Delver, you then use that to bring back something else like. Like Shieldred. And then on your turn, you bring back something else. So. You're playing a heavy artifact theme. I would look for something. I would look for something that can bring back a bunch of artifacts at once. I do not remember seeing anything like that here. You know what? Give me a moment here. You are your Twitch. This. This. Settings. Let's see if I can find. Nope, that's not going to help. Stream? Are you in there? Nope. Alright, I need to figure out how to. Content? Nope. Streaming tools. No. Alright, I need to figure out. I apologize, I'm getting a little distracted. I am trying to find... Non-cost reducers. Yeah. No, non-cost reducers and something like that is fine. How to ban certain words. Settings. Moderation. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Alright. Okay. Sorry, there's a message that keeps coming up from certain spam bots and whatever, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to deal with that anymore. Yeah, no, I get that. Uh, I think you can probably get away with cutting the Watcher, but I would want something else in that kind of slot. Removal, I feel like we want more removal of some sort. Cost reducers look fine. Your mana looks fine. I feel like you can cut. You can probably cut a token generator. Not so. Like, don't quote me on that. I'd probably also cut. I I know this is a card I keep bringing up. The fact that it's the only one of the only card that does what it does at all in the deck, I'd probably cut Dark Ritual. Um, I think Dark Ritual would be the easiest cut. And Glass Dust Gearhulk, I don't think fits this deck. I I I I don't feel like Glass Dusk fits what this deck does, because it's either going to be a 3/4 or it's going to swing for. Because, like, how many artifacts are you realistically going to end up creating in a single turn? I don't think it does enough. You know, real. Like, you're. It's probably a card that needs to. It's probably a card that more realistically. Like, A, it's going to be cycled more often than not. B, might turn out to be better than I expect it to be. But also, you have a decent amount of draw. I would be less concerned about. I'd also like to see more removal in this deck of some sort. See, this my biggest problem with Dark Ritual is it's the only one that does what it does. Dark Ritual works better in a deck where you've got multiple cards that do, that do what it's trying to do. If you're running Dark Ritual and Cabal Ritual and Culling the Weak, um, and Sacrifice and because it's less Dark Ritual that you want and more the ability to actually get ahead in mana. Dark Ritual just happens to be, generally speaking, the most efficient of those. If you do want an effect like that, look into. Let's see if I remember this right. Yeah, Priest of Yawgmoth is good for something like that. Especially since you've got a bunch of cost reducers, you can get more mana than what you're actually spending. ID equal black O colon add an amount of so Deviadnate's the one I want. Priest of Yawgmoth lets you sacrifice any artifact. So Deviadnate lets you sacrifice any creature that's black or artifact. So if you're looking for something along the lines of Dark Ritual, I might recommend. I like Dark Ritual. Yeah, I just don't think it's. I don't think it's enough because you also got to remember it's like one card out of 100. If you have more ritual effects than Dark Ritual's ability to get you ahead goes, its stock goes up. Its stock goes up the more of that kind of effect that you have. Because Dark Ritual, you gotta remember, it's a use it once and you're done. Compared to all the rest of these, your various signets and whatnot, and these have value beyond that. So I just, because, I mean, you also take a look, what happens if Dark Ritual is like the 17th card down? It's probably, you're looking around, what, turn 7, 8, 9, somewhere around there. How useful is Dark Ritual for you at that point? I'm not saying I think Dark Ritual is bad. I'm saying when it's the only card that does what it does, and you're only running one in a 100 card format, it's not generally a good choice. There are other cards that can do what you're looking for. Um, that can do what you're looking for more efficiently. And even look, like I said, look at cards like Soldevi Adnate if you want something in that slot. It costs an extra mana. You are sacrificing artifacts that you can bring back later, and then, hey, by the way, I'm going to use its counters for whatever else. I'm going to take those counters and remove them later for. On your other foreclosures, I have no problem with them. Pactol Terror, it's an efficient creature that will, drain your opponents over time and gain you life, which is a thing you're going to want for this deck. Metalwork Colossus, you can pitch it early and then sacrifice a couple clue tokens or whatever else and get it back later and cast it for potentially really cheap. Kappa Cannoneer, if people don't know about Kappa Cannoneer by now, it's almost got hexproof, and like this is a much stronger version of what Glass Dusk Hulk wants. This is what Glass Dusk Hulk wants to be. And Aetherflux Reservoir, even without the 50 life bit, just the ability to continually gain life for casting your spells is nice. That is eventually going to get you to the point where you can go, cool, shoot you. Incidentally, if you're running Aetherflux Reservoir, I would consider some way to animate it and give it lifelink. I think you have a way to give it lifelink already. Yeah, you've got the Wind Crystal, so you can always activate that. So, do you have a way to animate it? Yeah, you do. You can use Tezzeret's ultimate to animate your Aetherflux Reservoir. Use the Wind Crystal, activate that, give it lifelink till end of turn. Shoot your opponent for, pay 50. Shoot your opponent for 50. Gain 50 life. Oh no, I'm actually going to gain 100 life because the Wind Crystal says if I gain life, I gain twice that much instead. So you have a 3-card combo in here that can end the game. So you're good there. Yeah. Like I said, Glass Dusk I think is the weakest. And like even some of the stuff that you've got down here, I would prefer instead. Like Wormcoil is really good. Cyberman Squadron is going to give people headaches. And just the ability that whenever you cast stuff, you're like you've got 4 guys that whenever you cast stuff, you're making tokens. Ancient Stone Idol. You also don't have to be the one being attacked. It's not unreasonable to be casting this for like, 6, 7. I'll be honest, I'm generally pretty happy with this list. I'd probably the simplest the sorry, at my LGS, one of our staff is a teen girl who, she's done that to me a few times. It's like, all right, guess I'm stuck doing that around other people now. Uh, but yeah, I like most of how this looks. I'd probably reorganize stuff a bit, but that's me. Um, I may want, for example, something like Alhammarret's archive in here, so that because Alhammarret's archive, which incidentally was is the what's the card I'm looking for? It's the thumbnail. There we go. That I'm using for Magic Origins. If you gain life, you gain twice that much instead. If you draw a card other than the one on your draw step, you draw 2 instead. So any effect that says draw 4 cards suddenly reads draw 8 cards because the rules say, the rules say that there's no difference between an effect that says draw a card, and draw 2 cards. So, Alhammarret's archive plus what was it called? The Wing Crystal means anytime you gain 1 life, you gain 4 life. And it doubles all your card draw so that even stuff like, get back here, Frantic Search, you're going to draw 4 and discard 2 and untap 3 lands. So, it's a card I would suggest considering. I'm not saying, I try not to say you should run X, you should run Y. But this is, in my opinion, not a unreasonable card to run in your deck. Anywho, I'm going to post this link real quickly in Discord. Let's see here. There we go. And if there's anything I want to look into more about later, I can look at that more later. Really should get into this. Into that thing. Because this has been over an hour and I still haven't even talked much about that yet. Do you know how weird it feels realizing I have to point to my right to have you guys see what's going on, from your view on the left? Anywho, uh, yeah, I'll take a look at it later, and I'll see if I'll I'll see if there's any other tweaks I might suggest. No promises. I'll try. Meantime, uh, Magic Origins was, as far as I can recall, the first core set that had any sort of storyline to it. And because every core set, even since Alpha, was like, here's a bunch of cards that, maybe some of them work well together. Maybe some of them are, here's a bunch of cards that are good for, uh, various decks that we're going to want to see people playing, etc., etc. But it was never, and some of them might even work well enough together to bring out certain deck types, but never had like any like actual legitimate thematic reason for being together. And so Origins was the first time we actually got to have an actual storyline reason for certain cards working together in the core set. Magic Origins was essentially M16. And this is where we, if you actually paid attention to the individual cards that were in it, and you start looking into some of the backstory type stuff, you're like, oh, well, now that makes sense. We took 5 of the Planeswalkers, Gideon, who we eventually find out was originally named Kytheon, Jace, Liliana, Chandra, and Nissa, and we go back to what happened to cause their spark to kick in, and they go from just they may feel like just a person, or they may be a really powerful mage or cleric or whatever, a really powerful spellcaster of some sort. Whatever happened before, their spark ignites, and now they become a planeswalker. And so this is where a lot of stuff that you see comes in. For example, you see Imprint Tactician. Well, Imprint was on Vryn, which is where, good lord, I think Vryn was, I think Vryn is Ravnica. Yeah, Vryn is, okay, so Vryn is a plane in and of itself. And where? Oh, wait a sec. Right. Okay. No. Jace was from Vryn. Jace was from Vryn, and when his spark ignited, he ended up going to Ravnica. I think that's what. Anyway, it's something I read earlier. Be that as it may, Emperor Tactician. Uh, Jace was basically being used as a go-between for Alhammarret, who was a Sphinx, and he was basically being used as, I want you to go check up on this group, now I want you to go check up on this group, and he was, Alhammarret was basically selling information about Group A to Group B, Group A's plans to Group B, and Group B's plans to Group A, and, being an arbiter because he knew everything that was going on, he was using Jace. Which is where Emperor Tactician comes in. So, but yeah, you'll stuff like War Oracle. This probably goes to Kytheon, becoming Gideon, so on and so forth. So, anywho, yeah. So if you actually look into these cards, a lot of them will relate to at least one of, will relate somehow to one of the Planeswalkers. Some of them a little more so than the others. So, let's start here. Cleric of the Forward Order. The problem with cards, again, the problem with cards like Cleric of the Forward Order, as I've mentioned in the past, is this is designed specifically in mind for cards where you can have more than one copy in your deck. Or, I shouldn't say cards, formats where you can have more than one copy in your deck. If you look at this simply in terms of commander, when this enters, you gain 2 life. Doesn't sound amazing. There are ways to make this work better. For example, if you clone it, you make a copy of it somehow. Cool. Well, now the second copy enters, and I gain 4 life. Or a third copy enters, and I'll gain 6 life off of that one. There are better effects to use this servability on. However, it's not out of the line of possibility to do this somewhere in Abzan where you actually want to be getting a bunch of life. And in fact, probably the first card that comes to my mind that would do something like that would be Bramble Sovereign. And then you combine it with Lithoform Engine. And sure, gaining some life here and there doesn't sound like a lot, but when Bramble Sovereign lets you make a second copy, and that one's getting you 4 life, and then, paying a couple more could get you another copy that'll gain you 6 life. If your deck specifically cares about gaining a bunch of life, and you're in Abzan, this is not an unreasonable cheap creature to play. Now, I will point out that Lone Missionary exists, and straight up would be a better card for that. However, 2 mana, gain 4 life, get a 2/2. This can actually, this can actually end up getting to be better depending on the situation. If, if there's a board wipe that only kills the small stuff, well, my Bramble Sovereign's still around. Let's say Sweltering Suns, 3 damage to each creature, etc., etc. Okay, well, the Cleric comes back. Well, then I'll make a couple more. Hey, Yargo! I'll make a couple more and then end up gaining, another 8 life, 12 life, whatever that turn. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. Also, if you are doing something like Relentless Commander, then Cleric of the Forward Order can get really insanely stupid. It's like, cool, I'll pay 2 mana, I'll gain 2 life. Next turn, I'll pay 2 more mana, I'll gain 4 life. Next turn, I'll pay 4 mana, assuming you're playing 1 land a turn. I'll pay 4 mana and gain, let's see here, 2, 4, 6, and then 2, 4, 6, 8. So 6 plus 8 is 14. Yeah, if you're playing Relentless Commander or something of that nature, then Cleric of the Forward Order, your life gain gets a little silly at that point because 2, 4, 6, 8, you've just gained 20 life. You're already at 60. Barring somebody attacking you for stuff. And that's assuming you don't have anything like an Essence Warden to play with. Although, in a situation like that, I might want Essence Warden as my Relentless card. I'll get back to you on that one. Incidentally, I have one deck built so far that has cards that say you can run any number of copy in your deck. It's my Azorius Mill deck. Let's see here. Good old Azorius Advisor Mill. I only run 24 copies of Persistent Petitioners. The big reason is, A, this also gives me a decent number of other cards that I can run in addition. B, I have Brewvac. I have Keening Stone. I have Thrumming Stone. So I have 3 more cards that will help the mill plan itself. Keening Stone these days, because nothing else existed yet. Now that we've got, whatchamacallit? Was it Final Fantasy that came out? There's that one artifact that's in Standard right now that, that lets you, like, it's basically Millstone, but you then get to, you can exhaust it. Oh, no. Actually, no. I don't run that because then you only get to do this part once. Yeah. Although, the one thing I realized about Sneak is that unlike Ninjutsu, you actually have the ability to still deal the damage and then get the ninja into play. Whereas Sneak, the creature has to be unblocked, but you have to do it during declare blockers, so before combat damage happens. I am playing nominally a mill deck. Control Shift T. However, I have Kongming Sleeping Dragon, which gives my creatures +1/+1. And I have... don't see anything there. Radiant Destiny, which give my creatures +1/+1, because most of them are advisors. Eldrazi Monument, which give my creatures +1/+1. And Patchwork Banner, which give my creatures +1/+1. So, in a pinch, if the milling plan for whatever reason is not going to work, I can turn all of a sudden onto being a somewhat aggressive deck. And on top of all this, I've also running Masako the Humorless. Tapped creatures you control may block as though they were untapped. Oh yeah, and I've got Denry Klin. If I put it in play with a +1 counter on it, I can also have my other creatures enter with a +1 counter. So if the mill plan does not work for whatever reason, I have the ability to turn around and go, hey, by the way, alright, I guess I'm turning aggro now. Wait, what? It's a not completely unrealistic plan. But yeah, Cleric of the Forward Order, I can see why it's not considered a good why it's not considered a popular card for Commander. There are ways to make it work. But there are generally, if you're just looking for a card that when it comes into play you gain life, Lone Missionary is going to probably be your best rate, and it's still a 2-power creature for 2 mana. Heavy Infantry, 5 mana for a 3/4. When it enters, tap target creature an opponent controls. This is the sort of thing where, if you're playing at least Bant, Doppelgang would be a little silly with this. You know, let's say you have 5 of this. Cool. I have 5 3/4 creatures that come into play, and I'm going to tap those guys down now. Or you can build some kind of, Just Guy or similar. Splinter Twin. There we go. Drawing a blank on the card name. Splinter Twin style deck. A deck that's going Splinter Twin, I think, is going to want. It's going to. It needs to run red. It probably should run blue. It could probably get away with being Gruul, but I think it's going to. I would say a decent Splinter Twin build, even in Commander, you're going to want it to be at least Izzet. I think Gruul would be not unreasonable. And then you start adding cards that have got fun enter the battlefield abilities like Heavy Infantry. And you can go, by the way, tapping down all your guys. What? Tapping down all your guys. Now I'm going to attack with all these. Are there cards that I would prefer playing in a Splinter Twin deck? Yeah. But I could still see a card like Heavy Infantry being played in a deck with Doppelgang. Knight of the Pilgrim's Road. This is our first card that we encounter that has the Renown ability. Renown, in and of itself, doesn't do anything. You're going to see cards, you're going to see effects that are going to ask, is whatever renowned? So it's going to ask whether or not it has the status. If it does, great. If it doesn't, okay, whatever. It's basically just a status. It's basically just a status. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, if it isn't renowned, put +1/+1 counter on it, and it becomes renowned. Whether or not it's renowned is not dependent on it having a +1/+1 counter. Look at the ability itself. If you remove the counter and it deals combat damage to a player again, it says if it isn't renowned, it gets a +1 counter and becomes renowned. Removing the counter is not removing the fact that it's renowned. It's still renowned. It's now a 3/2 that has that title, if you want to call it that, but no counter to say it's happened. Well, it's been spent elsewhere. Okay. But, you can potentially end up with a 4/3 creature for 3 mana. I feel like you only really want a card like this if you have a use for the +1 counters. And that, it's conceivable. But it's am I looking for a 3 mana knight? Am I looking for, even if I'm looking for a 3 mana common knight, mana value equal 3, type knight, rarity common, mana 2. Oh, look. 48 matches found. ID equal white. 26 of them. Let's go power descending. Inspiring Paladin. Oh, that's adorable. During your turn, this has first strike. During your turn, creatures you control with +1 counters on have first strike. If I were to take my mono white common stack and build it a little differently to have more of a +1 counters theme, so take out a lot of the pump spells that I have and put in stuff that gives +1 counters instead. Inspiring Paladin can just be absolutely silly. Knight of the Keep. Meh. Knight of the Pilgrim's Road, we're looking at. Stockpiling Celebrant. When it enters, you may return another target non-land permanent you control to owner's hand. If you do, scry 2. That's actually going to be really useful. Argivian Cavalier, basically a 2/2. That when it enters, you make a knight. Intended Knight, 2/2 first strike. When it enters, you make a soldier. Flash first strike. Yeah. Pilgrim of the Knight's Road, sorry, Knight of the Pilgrim's Road, I, for a white common, for a white common knight, for a white common 3-mana knight, that only requires a single white to cast, it's not bad. I think there are other cards that I would prefer, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't say no to it. But if you change any of those restrictions, you'd be like, yeah, okay, I'll play this instead. Okay, I'll play that instead. Like, if it doesn't have to require a single white mana cast, you can probably find better. Like, let's take out the restriction of needing a single white mana. Ardent Veil Tactician comes up. Kemba Skyguard comes up. I'll ignore Mana Measure. Because that's an uncard. Wingsteed Rider can actually get really silly. Sky Hunter Skirmisher, flying in double strike. Pretty close to, that and the Kytheon Billy Rider are really close. But I would prefer the Skirmisher because it's got flying. But yeah, like you take out any of those restrictions and suddenly it makes a big difference. Knight of the Pilgrim's Road, it's fine. War Oracle, would much prefer War Oracle over it. Because one extra point of tough for one extra white mana, you get a third point of toughness, and you gain lifelink. Hell, you can use only a single creature to block it. Yeah, if you're looking for, you're looking for a decent body that's got lifelink, War Oracle is fine. If it does get through for damage, it's now suddenly a 4/4 with lifelink for 4. Are there better options? Probably. It's also only 9 cents. So, if budget's a consideration, I'm sure you could do worse than War Oracle. Especially if you've got, you're playing white, give it flying, and chances are, even till end of turn, and you can probably get it that renowned status and bring it up to a 4/4. Even Battle Priest, 6 mana for a 3/3 flyer. When it enters, gain 3 life. Eh? You know what? Let me see a thing. Sort by... What happens if I sort by color? Yeah, I think Angel of Mercy is slightly better. I want to see a thing here. So there is one for every color pair. How many that don't actually require a color? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. You cannot unreasonably, if you're playing monocolored, you can run 8 gates. If you're playing black, you could play 9. If you're playing 2 color, 7, 8, 9, 10. You could get 10 to 11, depending on whether black is one of those cards or not, colors or not. Interesting. But yeah, Angel of Mercy feels 3/3 for 5 mana. When it enters, gain 3. 3/3 for 6 mana. When it enters, gain 3. Yeah, it is identical to Angel of Mercy, which is now in Iconic Masters got downshifted to common. Actually, were you ever common before that? No. It got a downshift to common in Iconic Masters, which was when? 2017. Aven Battle Priest. So 2 years later, they downshifted Angel of Mercy. So the only reason to play this instead of Angel of Mercy is if you're playing like Bird Tribal and the life gain is relevant. At that point, I mean, then I could potentially see it. But I mean, sort by color. The Aven Gaggle Master is better, because the worst it's going to be is a 4/3 flyer comes in and play game 2. Aven of Enduring Hope. Strictly better than Aven Battle Priest. It's identical stat-wise. It's got the same creature types. It's the same rarity. Gain 3. Aven Rift Watcher. Yeah, we all know about that. Curious Farm Animals. If you just care about the life gain, that's insane. Speakeasy Server cannot unreasonably gain you more life than the Battle Priest. Yeah, it is not hard to is not hard even in a bird tribal deck to kick Aven Battle Priest to the curb for not being good enough. Stalwart Aven, this is not this is reasonably going to hit for 1 the first time and then and then thereafter be a 2/4 flyer. Again, flying is accidentally overlooked so often. It's part of why cards like Akroma's Memorial are such a big deal. Because, yes, Akroma's Memorial gives everything, gives all your stuff, kitchen sink, list of But flying is on that list, and just flying in and of itself on all your creatures can swing games. You know, there's a reason it's worth a. What are you at now? Um, basically $30 US and up. Or for people like Yargle and myself, 40 to $45 a pop. And the first thing it lists is flying. Honestly, having flying and haste is probably enough for most decks to care about. Yeah. You're looking for a cheap deck that can get uh big creatures cheap. This is going to be a 2/4 flyer, or which averages to a 3/3 flyer very quickly. Question is, can you get a 3/3 flyer reasonably for, let's say, less than 10 cents at 3 mana? Maybe, maybe not. We can figure that out later. But especially if you're playing birds, it's a decent enough card. Topin Freeblade. 2 mana for a 2/2 Vigilance and Renown 1. For the longest time, a 2/2 Vigilance would be 2 mana on its own, probably double white. This is now white +1 for a 2/2 with Vigilance. That if it gets through once, is going to be a 3/3 Vigilance. Which, again, may not sound like a lot, but when you consider that you're only spending 2 mana, and if you're building the way Zero, the way Zero had been looking at his deck, I'm presuming I apologize if I'm wrong. But the deck list that Zero's showed earlier, and some of the decks that I've got, don't know if you're male or female, and I called you male. I don't. Then I'm realizing maybe I shouldn't be assuming that. But yeah, talking about. Okay. Better safe than sorry. There's a dollar store a literal 2-minute walk from my house, and there's a young lady that started working there, I want to say a year ago. Turns out she also plays Commander. Don't want to assume that just because somebody plays Magic, they're necessarily male. Anywho, yeah, so if you're building along the lines of how, the list that Zero showed earlier, and some of the decks that I've got, you're going to have cost reducers in there, not just ramp per se. And so suddenly Topin Freeblade, if you're running enough cards along the lines of Pearl Medallion, etc., now you're paying 1 mana and potentially getting a 3/3 Vigilance out of it. I'm not going to complain about that. Do you have to run cost reducers to make it good? No. Just find a way to make sure it gets through for combat damage at least once, relatively early, and then you got a 3/3 vigilance, and you can go, cool. I can now deal with this and this and this and live. Imprint Tactician. When it enters, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. I presume this quote is probably being said by Alhammarret to Jace. And again, had I designed my mono white common stack differently, this would go in. Because giving your stuff +1/+1 till end of turn is a lot. The big reason I didn't is I don't like, for the kind of deck that I was going for, I did not want to play a creature like Imprint Tactician, who could not realistically make use of the ability that he was getting. It doesn't even say other creatures you control. If it said other creatures you control, I wouldn't care. It doesn't. It says creatures you control. There's no way in that deck to give haste. How do you give haste in a mono white deck of nothing but commons? The answer is you use Crashing Drawbridge. But that didn't come to mind at all. And oops. And I don't know if I've got the slots for it. I might. Not sure on that. But yeah. If that was the thing, cool. Imprint Tactician, give my creatures a boost. The other part of the problem is it's a creature that would come into play, but didn't do what the other creatures in the deck do, which are, hey, by the way, I come into play and I bring along an extra body. Yeah, it kind of failed the thematic. Yeah. Doesn't mean I think it's a bad card. It just didn't do what I was trying to do in that deck. And that's a very different situation. You know, just because a card... it's like what I was saying to Zero earlier about Dark Ritual. I don't think Dark Ritual is a bad card. I think in the context of the deck that he's putting it in, it doesn't fit. Because rituals work better when you've got, you know, when you can call on them more often. Having to wait until, you know, turn 30 to be able to see your one Dark Ritual is kind of not what Dark Ritual is for. You really want an effect like that in the first, let's say, the first 5 turns of the game. After that, it's kind of not worth having in your deck at that point. You really want it in the first few turns. After that, it might as well be. It's the other thing I might recommend instead of an effect like Dark Ritual is a land that you can somehow get extra mana out of. What's his name? Tomer from MTG Goldfish seems to really like the depletion lands from Masks, where, you know, you can tap it for 2 mana of the appropriate color and remove counter. You do it the second time, you gotta sack the land. However, because it comes into play with counters, you can get extra uses by proliferating those counters. If you've got any kind of proliferation shenanigans, to begin with at all, it doesn't really cost you anything to throw those into your mana base and get extra mana. So that's an option. Swift Reckoning. 2 mana, destroy target tapped creature. It's a sorcery, but you can potentially cast it as an instant if you've got Spell Mastery. Spell Mastery looks at your graveyard and says, do you have at least 2 instants and or sorceries? Somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like a... Okay, never mind. I'm getting distracted again. I mean, that's like Monastery Swift Spear being referred to as Taylor Swift Spear, considering the first time we saw the card being printed, it also had a female, I'm presuming human, monk on the for the art. Yeah, was constantly referred to as Taylor Swift Spear. Anywho, yeah, so Spell Mastery looks at your graveyard and says, do you have 2 instants, 2 sorceries, or an instant and a sorcery in your graveyard? Or more. If you've got at least that, you have Spell Mastery, and so anything that cares about Spell Mastery, you know, you're going to get whatever bonus comes along for the ride. Swift Reckoning is a 2 mana sorcery that says destroy target tapped creature. But if you've got Spell Mastery, it's basically an instant. And if that's something that floats your boat, cool. You know what? Oh, destroy target tapped creature ID equal white. There are 12 cards. Okay, fine. There are 11 cards. Sort by, where are you? Mana value. Cloud's Limit Break. Swift Response. Okay. So Swift Response came out in M21. And Cloud's Limit Break obviously came out in Final Fantasy, which is 2025, which is last year. And prior to that, realistically, you were looking at a sorcery. Even Foundations, not Found. Is this Foundations? No, this is Game Night. Yeah, every other version of this ability has basically turned around and said, yeah, it's a sorcery. You want it for 2 mana? It's a sorcery. Interesting. So Swift Reckoning is the first time that we actually got it as an ability to we had the capability of getting it as a 2 mana instant. Now that doesn't mean there aren't other cards to do stuff like that. You know. There's also Get Lost, for example. But as as a straight up destroy target tapped creature, yeah, this was the first time that we got it. But I would play Get Lost before I played Swift Reckoning. However, this is a $5 card. This is a 5-cent card. If there's budget constraints, it makes a difference. Uh, yeah, Kytheon's Tactics. I think I put this in my mono white common stack. Uh, boop, noodle, toaster, strudel. Visual spoiler. Nope, nope, pump. Yep, there it is. Kytheon's Tactics. Why? Because it's +2 power. 3 mana is about right for what you get for creatures you control gain +2 power till end of turn. Whether you're looking at red or white, if you got Spell Mastery, they also gain Vigilance. Now, it's probably too... Well, no, because you're playing... This is a sorcery. You're casting this before combat. So, this is before the creatures get to attack. So, they won't tap when they attack. I mean, if I've already got it in a deck, then yes. I'm looking at flooding the board with bodies and going, I attack with all these. I attack with all these. Kytheon's Tactics. +2 power to, oh my god. Well, +2, +1. I attack with all these. Take many lots. Yeah. If I've got a reason for it, putting it in a deck, then there's a use for putting it in a deck. Anointer of Champions. Now, to be fair, again, that is a deck that's nothing but commons. If you're to extrapolate it beyond that, you're probably looking at effects like Glorious Anthem instead, where your creatures get +1/+1, period, i.e. not until end of turn. Kytheon's Tactics does also give Vigilance at the same time. That's not a nothing. Anointer Champions. 1 white for 1/1. Tap. Target attacking creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. I'm a little less enthralled by this. I would probably rather have Kytheon's Tactics, to be honest. However, people, myself included, are known to miss onboard tricks, and Anointer Champions is going to be one of like your dozen plus permanents on the board, and not everybody's going to go, oh yeah, and he's got that thing that can pump attackers. Also, it does not say target attacking creature you control. Just want to point that out there. You can suddenly go, well, wait, you're going to be at what? Oh, by the way, I give it +1/+1 till end of turn. You're dead now. Or whatever. Just want to point that out there in case you want to be nice to somebody at some point. It's Commander. Politics is potentially involved. But if you're playing for that sort of reason, see if you can find a card that gives more than +1/+1. Or, potentially, I don't remember seeing any. Like, I don't remember any that exist. But, creatures target player controls get. Is that a... Whoops. Nope. So yeah, you're not going to be able to go, hey, by the way, I give all your creatures plus whatever till end of turn. Um, oh, what if you can do it? You can do it otherwise. Sort by color. You can do stuff like how to start a riot. Sorry, Oracle, I don't have a thing for that. Maybe one of these days. Great Oak Guardian is really what you want for an effect like that. It's a flash creature. When it enters, creatures target player controls get +2/+2 till end of turn. Untap them. Or the day side of Night and Day. 3 mana instant. Creatures target player controls get +1/+1 till end of turn. It's really what you're looking for there. Anywho, yeah, Noiter Champions. It's gonna be, yeah, you're probably mostly targeting only a single creature at a time. I wonder. Wrong one. Sort by color. Let's see here. Minus O. Minus O. No. Sort by color. Alright. You can give +2/+2. You can give +X/+X, which is kind of a lot based on this creature's power, but it doesn't take much for that to actually get a lot better than the Anointed Champions, which is only 1/1, or +1/+1. Give this +1/+1 with anything. Even having a Glorious Anthem in play or something like that, and suddenly this gets +2/+2. Yeah, it doesn't seem hard to give +2/+2. Oh yeah, Mystic Might. This thing is hilarious. I almost put this in my mono blue deck, my mono blue ramp deck. I think I'm gonna build another mono blue deck that, you know, that doesn't play like blue does. This is gonna go in it. You know, Enchanted land has tap. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Tell me that's not a silly thing to see on a blue card. Yeah, this looks like it is not unreasonable to have a creature. Oh, Heartwolf. Heartwolf has gotta go into frickin'. Heartwolf has gotta go into a tribal deck. It has to. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so Anointer Champions, pretty easy to pretty easy for like even one more mana get something that's a lot better. Enshrouding Mist. This is one of those cards that cares about whether or not something is renowned. That target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to it this turn. If it's renowned, untap it. True Faith is letting the blade fall without parry. True Cunning is using that moment to strike a deadly blow. Yeah, this feels like a card that you play. I mean, first of all, it's damage prevention to a creature. It's if you compare it to Fog, or in this case, Holy Day, exact same card, except white instead of green. Prevents all combat damage that would be dealt. Period. This prevents all damage that would be dealt to a single creature. So that's costed about the same, but makes the creature slightly bigger till end of turn. And if it's renowned, you untap it. Now, obviously, if you're playing Origins Limited, being renowned is actually going to make a big deal. This feels like one of those cards that wants to be a combo piece, but you need to be playing with cards that are renowned for that to matter. That being said, it's just a protection spell, but it's a decent protection spell. It prevents all damage to a creature, so something that would die from Star of Extinction, let's say, you turn around and go, sorry, what do you call that? Oh, you failed. Okay, got it. Again, also one of these cards that's trying to be like Giant Growth without stepping on green shoes. So they give a smaller buff but more abilities. Still worth a consideration in some lists. Now you can start seeing, start flipping through the rest of this and go, yeah, oh yeah, I get that. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Like Starfield and X, Archangel of Ties, Friend Wingmare, etc., etc. A lot of this stuff is just, oh yeah, that makes sense. Let's start looking at blue cards now, shall we? Ring Warden now. Looks unexciting until you realize it has prowess. It's a 5 mana 3/3 flyer. But it has prowess. 5 mana is a reasonable cost for commander to be able to cast something and still have cards left to be able to play later. This is a card where you cast, let's say, Giant Growth, and suddenly it's a 7/7 because not only has Giant Growth resolved, but it was also cast, so you gain +4/+4 instead of +3/+3. I'm not recommending Giant Growth for Commander. It's the same sort of problem that Dark Ritual and other similar cards have, where you really need to be playing more than one copy of that kind of effect to actually make it worthwhile. Compare this to a card like, let's say, even Disenchant. Um, Disenchant, Desert Twister / Vindicate, anything of that nature at all, is going to make a big difference when you finally get to it. Whereas, a card like Giant Growth, if it's like halfway down your deck, and are you going to bother searching it up with, some kind of tutor? Not worth it. But I mean, this is going to get you, like, you play a card draw spell, and this is going to get bigger. You counter a thing, and this is going to get bigger too. I mean, yes, only till end of turn, but still. I would not be unhappy to see a deck playing this. I don't have a use for this in any of my lists, mostly because it doesn't do anything I'm looking for. But that's not to say I think this is a bad card. I just don't have a home for it in any of my decks. But if I was building around some kind of, what's the term called? Wow, I can't think of it. Spellslinger. If I'm playing some kind of Spellslinger deck, this is not a unreasonable payoff for a deck of that nature. Because every time I cast another instant or sorcery or anything that's not a creature, I'm going to be able to hit for more damage all of a sudden. Hydrolash. Attacking creatures get -2/-0 till end of turn, draw a card. The funny thing to realize about Hydrolash is you don't have to be in combat to cast it. If you do this on your upkeep, okay, there's no creatures attacking right now, but that doesn't make it an illegal spell to cast. The only time that happens is when you're trying to cast a spell that requires targets and you don't have a legal target. You have to have legal targets to be able to cast it. This doesn't have any targets. It's just a bad time to cast it. But it does as much as I could. Okay, this is not during combat, so I'm not doing anything, but I'll still draw a card. Cool. And there are times when you're like, I just need to dig another card and see if I can find X. Or I know my next card is Y, and I need to be able to draw it now. And I can manage the extra couple, I can manage to spend 3 mana to get that card so I can do whatever it says now. Attacking creatures getting a -2/-0. It tries to be like Blue's answer to Fog. In, i.e. its version of Fog. The higher you can get this, Obviously, the closer to fog it will be. ID equal U, O colon, attacking creatures get minus. Oh, that is the only one. And the only other one is Lethargy Trap. What if I just simply say and then the only other realistic option is Mission the Mind Cage, which is a 7 mana legendary enchantment. All creatures, not just attacking creatures, get minus X minus 0, where X is the number of cards in your hand. So if you've got 5 cards in hand, every creature gets minus 5 minus 0 till end of turn. Or not even till end of turn. Minus 5 minus 0, period. That makes even dragons pretty unexciting at that point. However, then of course you get Sabotage Strategist. Whenever one or more creatures attack you, those creatures get minus 1 minus 0 till end of turn. But, I mean, getting minus 1 power, Tidal Influence, what is it? If there's... So Tidal Influence goes up and down and up and down and up and down. You care if it's got 1 counter on it or 3 counters on it. It gets another counter every up on each of your upkeeps. It starts off with 1. When you get to 4, you remove them all. But you don't sack the Tidal Influence. It just keeps going and going. At 1, all blue creatures get minus 2 power. And at 3, all blue creatures get minus 2 power and plus 2 power. And it's kind of legendary. You can only have you can't cast 1 if there's already 1 in play. Doesn't mean you can't have more than 1 in play. It just means you can't cast another one. Anywho, yeah. Hydrolash. If you're looking for a blue cantripping version of Fog, this is what you're playing. There's not really other options. Hey, Holly. And to be fair, finding versions of Hydrolash that affect multiple creatures that do more than minus 2 power to all the creatures is... I mean, I just showed it's not easy. You're basically looking at that Lethargy Trap giving minus 3 power. And then after that, you're looking at Mation, and if you want to try for more than minus 3 power, and that's it. Even ignoring the fact that it's cantrips. So Hydrolash is probably your best of the bunch. Deep Sea Tower. 6 mana for a 6/6. Can't attack unless there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard. That is really, really so hard to pull off. It's a 6 mana creature. Can I have 7 cards in my graveyard by the time I want to be able to attack with it? If you're playing Giant Ocean Beasts, if you're playing Giant Ocean Beasts and you're playing on a budget, you probably want to be at least looking at this. You might even play it even if you're not worrying about a budget. Because getting to 7 cards in a graveyard, run some number of counter spells, run some number of draw spells, and you don't even have to run a lot. Run some amount of land fetching. Whether you're looking at retraced image, or you're spawning into other colors and you're getting rampant growth or what have you, or just evolving wilds or flooded strand or what have you, you can get to 7 cards very easily. Yeah, I'm playing Giant Ocean Beast. I'm probably at least looking at this card and going, now, of course, I'm then going to be asking, have I got any better options? But that's not to say I think it's unreasonable. Yeah, it's a yeah, it's a 6/6 with threshold can attack. But again, you're looking at blue. You're looking at a blue common big fat creature. That's not nothing. Nivix Barrier. 4 mana for 0/4 with Flash and Defender. Oh yeah, and as I said, it doesn't take much to turn it on. 4 mana for 0/4 Flash Defender. When it attacks, target attacking creature gets -4/-0 till end of turn. So not unreasonably is actually stopping 2 attackers from getting through, or for getting through for much. Because even if you're being attacked with like 2 8/8s, Nivix Barrier is going to turn around and neutralize, is going to absorb 4 from one and neutralize half the power of the other. So being attacked with 2 8/8 tramples, you're going to take 8 instead of 16. And again, target attacking creature, not target creature attacking you. So you can do this to somebody else's attacker. So player A is attacking player B, and you go, well, that seems a little mean. How about we trim that down a little bit? Yeah, your 5/5 is now 1/5 till end of turn. Wait, what? Blue having combat tricks, to me, is hilarious. I would probably play it in an illusion deck. I would probably play it in... I'm pretty sure if I decide I was going to play an attacking wall deck, I'd at least think about this one. Yeah, it's essentially for, like, if I'm doing it based on, creatures you control deal damage based on their toughness rather than power, then it's only a 4/4 for 4, which is still fine. Although for like 3 mana, you should be able to get like a 0/7, 0/6, 0/7. But this would be in a deck like that more as a combat trick than anything else. Separatist Void Mage. Some people may say that has to do with Quebec. Some may say that has to do with Texas. Some might say it has to do with other places. I don't care. But this is Mana War, but worse, but not worse. What? What are you talking about? Mana War. 1 blue 2/2. When it enters, return target creature to its owner's hand. The Void Mage, 1 blue plus 3 for a 2/2. When it enters, you may return target creature to its owner's hand. Mana War, you have to. And if there's nothing else to target, you have to send itself back to hand. Separatist Void Mage, you may return it. Also, instead of being creature type jellyfish, it's creature type human wizard. Between the optional ability to bounce something and the fact that you're going from creature type jellyfish, which most decks won't care about, to human and wizard being two much better supported creature types, I can see why they'd spend why they're giving it a cost of 4 instead of a cost of 3. If you really want to annoy people, you know what you do? You make a deck that's got a bunch of Mana Wars and Separatist Void Mages, and maybe you have Teferi Mages Zalfir. Whoops. No, not Teferi. Sorry. Venser. Venser Shaper Savant. You make Venser your general. When it enters, return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. It's a 2/2 with flash. Make that your general. And then have your creature base largely stuff like Separatist, Void Mage, and Mana War, and variants thereof. And anytime somebody tries to cast something, and then have cards like Remand, or even better, Unsubstantiate. Yeah, have Unsubstantiate and variants thereof. Yeah. I'm not going to counter your spell. I'm just going to send it back to your hand. Wait, what? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you want to annoy people? I'm just going to bounce stuff all over the place. Soul Foundry. I mean, yeah, you could... yeah, no, Soul Foundry doesn't say it has to be as a sorcery, so you could... You could suddenly go, hey, by the way, 4 mana, instant. By the way, I've got a 2/2 blocker. By the way, that attacker's going back to your hand. Wait, what? So, yeah. I think that's one of those decks that I would build to play once in a while, like once a year or something like that. Aspiring Aeronaut. If I were to take my mono white deck and try my mono white commons deck and try a blue spin on it, I might be looking at cards like this, Aspiring Aeronaut. It doesn't look exciting until you realize that you're getting 2 power and 3 toughness worth of flying creature between 2 bodies for 4 mana. Which, when you start looking at cards like, oh geez, what are you called? Favorable Winds. You know, that pump all your flying creatures. Well, now you're pumping 2 creatures for the price of 1 card. etc. Plus, never mind all the synergies with, hey, look, I have an artifact enter. By the way, you're in blue. This is one of those cards that I think is better than it first appears. The funny thing is, the Aeronaut in and of itself is just an overcosted Stormcrow. But it brings along a 1/1 colorless thought. And incidentally, the fact that the Thopter that brings along is colorless also means that stuff that cares about it having, you know, it's a green creature, it's a blue creature, I've got protection from red, whatever, doesn't care. If you are looking at artifact synergies, consider a deck like this. If you're looking at being able to spit out multiple tokens every turn, I mean, this in combination with Sunken City, or good lord, what's the Paragon? ID equal blue. Name Paragon. Paragon of Gathering Mists. The Paragon cycle, incidentally, the Paragon cycle from M15 was really good. Especially for cards, especially for colors like blue that actually could really use this kind of ability. I kind of want to build a deck based around the premise of my mono white common stack in blue now, and see if I can. Artificer? Uh. I think you're right. Huh. I think this is the closest to what you and I are probably thinking of. The Archimandrite. Whenever you gain life, each advisor, artificer, and monk you control gains vigilance and plus X power, where X is the amount of life you gained. That's probably the closest. Apart from that, you're basically looking at Sid, which give artifact creatures and heroes +1 for each artificer. You can, yeah. I mean, if you want to go nuts, you play squirrels. Anchor to the Ether. I like Anchor to the Ether. If you can find a way to play this at instant speed, and you're in blue, so cards like Ley Line of Anticipation are not unreasonable. Also, that one Teferi, I can't remember what it is. I think it's is it the 3 mana or the 5 mana Teferi that people hated? That basically says your opponents can only play stuff as sorcery, and you could plus it to let you be able to play sorceries as though they had flash until your next turn. Stuff of that nature. That's the sort of thing that I won't say you commonly see it in blue, But if any color gets an ability like that, it's most often blue. Um, Teferi Mage, actually, Teferi Major Zalfir also had that. Creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield have flash, and each opponent can cast spells only time they could cast a sorcery. Already had that kind of ability. So, if you are looking for that kind of ability, you're probably playing blue. If you do that, then in response to somebody cracking a fetch land, and I mentioned this kind of ability, I think it was last week when I covered M15. They crack a fetch land. Cool, I have a response. Oh no. You're not going to stifle it, are you? No, I'm just going to take this creature of yours and put it back on top of your deck, and at which point it's almost like a blue Swords of Plowshares at that point. If you can do that as an instant, great. If not, this is a temporary reprieve, although sometimes it's enough to be frustrating. You know, maybe it's something where your opponent spent a bunch of resources to finally be able to cast something big. And you go, okay, cool, on my turn. Put it back on top of your deck. Yeah, uh, Temporal Fissure. Yep. Yeah, Abandoned Pauper. It's the, actually, no, it only sent it back to hand, only, but was also any permanent. And it's banned in Pauper because it's so easy to get enough spells to just be insane. Like, let's say you're playing against a Tron deck, but even a Tron deck, is playing. Sure, on turn 3 they're playing a creature, on turn 4 they're playing a creature. You go, cool, turn 4, I cast this, and I cast this, and I cast this, and I cast this, and I'm going to take your 2 big creatures, put them back to your hand. By the way, the 2 lands that you played are also going back to your hand. And your opponent's going to go, wait, what? Yeah. If you get 1 additional Storm copy, it's pretty good. If you get 2 Storm copies, it starts getting a little silly. The big difference within to Anchor to the Ether, of course, is the card, instead of going back to hand, is going back on top of their deck, so you know what they're drawing again next turn. Which, incidentally, that's another way to deal with it. If you want to make it feel like a Swords of Plowshares kind of effect, you then follow it up with some kind of mill. Yeah, or I was just gonna say, like, Thought Scour. Yeah, by the way, that giant, 7/7 BC you got, put on top of your deck. I'm gonna scry one. Yeah, I'm gonna put that to the bottom. Okay, by the way, I'm gonna Thought Scour you. So you mill 2, and now I draw a card. But yeah, Anchor to the Ether, this feels like one of those cards that you really want to play with some way to be able to cast it as an instant. this kind of effect, to me, really wants to be an instant. Psychic Rebuttal. Counter target instant or sorcery spell that targets you. I mean, what is there that targets the player realistically? And that's not. I'm not saying there's not. There's actually that new Black Wrath that's in Standard. Where you burn somebody for a bunch, based on the number of creatures that's in play, then destroy all creatures. That's a wrath that targets a player. Discard effects, I think we can largely ignore those. Wheels generally don't target. Card draw, not usually. Spot removal commonly targets the creature. Sometimes its target player sacrifices X. Unless somebody's playing an effect like Burn, which I think is unlikely. Not impossible, but unlikely. Burn or Mill. I think Psychic Rebuttal is unlikely to be useful. Mind you, if you do have Spell Mastery, you not only counter the spell, you get to have an additional copy happen, and you copy the spell that you just countered, and you can, retarget the copy that you make. Again, I think this is unlikely to be useful, but never say never. This is one of those cards where I wouldn't be adverse to finding a copy in a deck somewhere. But again, you're playing a 100-card singleton format. You're only going to have one copy. But if there's other cards that do, well, if there are other cards that have this kind of ability that you're interested in, I'd probably only play the one copy. And then decide what's the most interesting version of this card to run. Otherwise, yeah. Factor Fiction and similar effects, maybe? I don't know. I don't see it. Soulblade Djinn. Remember what I said earlier about Ringward now? Soulblade Djinn is the I'm grown up version. It's the same card, except A, it has an additional point of power, and B, all your creatures get that +1/+1. Three flying prowess. 4/3 flying, basically prowess on all your creatures. Bird versus Djinn. So the question is, if you're not building a tribal deck, the Soulblade Djinn is strictly better. Okay. Good night, Holly. If you are building a tribal deck, Honestly, generally speaking, I would take the ring warden now because it's a bird. The fact that this is a djinn might be a problem. Not necessarily, but it might be. If you're not building tribal, you play this. This is actually really good. It does not take much for this to be, to actually start getting out of hand. And if you have one creature in play, and even if the one creature you have is Stormcrow, the 2-mana 1/2 flyer. Well, you cast any one card, even a simple, card draw spell, like, Obsessive Search, I think might be the card I'm thinking of. It's like a simple, 1-mana draw card. Cool. Well, this is now going to swing for 5, and my Stormcrow's now going to swing for 2. And it does not, again, it doesn't take much for a card like, Soulblade Djinn, have a couple more creatures, especially if they've got flying or some other similar form of evasion, and some amount of card draw. Think of trying to build the deck vaguely along the lines of how you would build Storm, and you can just swing for so much so easily. If you've got some amount of mana generation, especially if you've got cost reducers in there. Some amount of mana generation, some amount of card draw, etc., etc. Sorry, I need to check on a thing real quick before I forgot about it. So, if you have 2 1-power flyers, 4, 5, 6, attack for 6. You cast 3 spells. Well, then you are adding +3/+3. Well, relevantly, +3 power to each of your cards. So you're adding 9 power. So suddenly your 6 that you've got is now 15. I'll also point out that prowess doesn't care about attacking. It's not unreasonable to go and cast prowess stuff to give extra hit points to your guys. So they, you could cast a pump spell on one creature you control and pump the rest of your team in the process, because you essentially have prowess on your entire team. Alhammarret High Arbiter. Seven mana for a 5/5 flyer. As it enters, each opponent reveals their hand. You choose the name of the non-land card revealed this way. You choose 1. Your opponents can't cast spells with the chosen name, as long as this is on the battlefield, obviously. So in other words, you play this, and everybody but you reveals their hand. Everything's out in the open. And out of the 15 or however many cards you see between everybody. You go, Pikachu, I choose you. And whatever card you name, so if somebody has got, let's say, Swords of Plowshares in their hand, that's the only way you could name Swords of Plowshares. And now, until somebody gets rid of Alhammarret, nobody, apart from yourself, can cast Swords of Plowshares. Yeah, great way to slow the game down a little bit. You see somebody's got Damnation in their hand, you name Damnation, nobody can cast Damnation. Doesn't stop them from casting Crux of Fate, or Wrath of God, or any of the other variants. But if anyone's got Damnation, because that's the card you named, even Choice of Damnations, it's not the same card. Or Damn. Yeah, I'm going to overload Damn. Oh, crap. Fairy Miscreant. This is another one of those fun little cards where, to make it work, you need to have another copy. But here's the thing. This is a 1/1 flyer. This is a 1/1 flying fairy rogue. If nothing else, if the rest of the card doesn't matter, it's still reasonable because it's a 1/1 flyer for 1 mana with 2 relevant creature types. Especially if fairy or rogue are relevant to your deck, cool. You've also got the fact that it synergizes because it's a 1/1 flyer. Look at mechanics like sneak and web, or web splinging, depending on whether you're playing on, online or in paper, or ninjutsu. And yeah, Fairy Miscreant is going to do a lot of work because it's going to enable that stuff. The fact that it's a fairy, it's going to fit into all the fairy decks. The fact that it's a rogue, it's going to fit into all the rogue decks. Then you add the fact that you could copy it. Now, ideally, you want to only copy with stuff that's cheap. But I mean, if you're in blue, if you're in Simic, you then get the, as I mentioned before, whatchamacallit, Bramble Sovereign, and Bramble Sovereign, if you can Bramble Sovereign this, with the trigger, actually, let me just double check Bramble Sovereign. Whenever another non-token enters, yes. So Bramble Sovereign sees Fairy Miscreant enter. 2 triggered abilities go on the stack. No. 1 trigger goes on the stack because at that point you don't have another Fairy Miscreant, presumably. So the Bramble Sovereign trigger goes on the stack. You pay 2. It resolves. You get a token of Fairy Miscreant. It sees the original Fairy Miscreant in play. And you draw a card. You don't, assuming you didn't have any Fairy Miscreants of any sort before, you're not going to get one. Oh, Spy Kit. Attach a Spy Kit to a something. Then when Fairy Miscreant enters, you do draw. And if you Bramble Sovereign, okay, you'll only get to draw 2 cards. However, if you've got a Fairy Miscreant in play, and it's one of the various cards that you copy with an effect like Doppelgang, which, if you're playing with Bramble Sovereign, you're probably playing with Doppelgang. You choose that as one of the copies. If you make 5, if X equals 5, you're going to make 5 Fairy Miscreants. You're going to draw 5 cards. You're going to have a good time. Yeah, Fairy Miscreant it's solid enough. Just being a 1/1 flying fairy rogue is good enough. The fact that you can potentially draw a card off of it as well, in the right circumstances, might actually push it over the edge. And then Sent to Sleep. Two-mana instant, tap up to 2 target creatures, and if you've got Spell Mastery, they don't untap on their controller's next untap steps. Doesn't mean they can't untap otherwise, but not natively. Yeah. Again, it's an 8-cent solution to something that, you're playing blue. Having instants and sorceries should be easy. I would generally prefer stuff that stops it from untapping, period. Like Weakstone Subjugation. However, this is an aura, which means somebody can always play an effect like Disenchant, more likely Witch Enchanter. Which I'm sure got its name because it was similar to Disenchant. Or, other similar abilities. Sent to Sleep being a one-shot just simply goes, cool. Okay, you guys don't untap next turn. So I think it's not unreasonable to play. But I think there's other cards I would prefer instead. Oh. I just realized. Undead Servant. When it enters, you make a zombie for each Undead Servant in your graveyard. So, if you can sacrifice this in response to its enters trigger, you still get a 2/2 zombie. What? It doesn't check to see if you already have any or anything like that. It just says, when it enters, create a zombie for each card named Undead Servant in your graveyard. Enters. Trigger goes on the stack. In response, sacrifice it. Do whatever effects trigger based on your, or do whatever is based on the fact that you sacrificed a thing. Then it resolves. You've now got an Undead Servant in your graveyard. And now you make a zombie. It's a bit like, why can I not remember the name of you right now? This is what happens when you've been playing Magic too long. It's like, you're so many cards, it's like, how do you remember how many cards there are? Answer, you don't. Something's gotta give. Doom Traveler. There we go. Not Doom Traveler. Doom Traveler's the white one. What are you? When or whenever? ID equal black. Mana value equal 1. Oh, really? Nope. When this creature dies, create a... Oh, you were a 2-drop, weren't you? Yeah, you were a 2-drop. Doom Dissenter. 2 mana for 1/1. When it dies, you make a zombie. That's why I couldn't remember what it was. Anyway. Champion of the Perished. No, you don't do what I'm thinking of. Alright, anywho. But yeah, cards like Discordant Piper, etc. When it dies, you make a creature token. Infestation Sage, same idea. Undead, so normally what you do is this creature comes into play, and then you sacrifice it to some effect. Maybe you keep it around for a little bit. You sacrifice it to some effect. You get whatever the effect is. Then you get another token, and you get that. Undead Servant, you're basically going to be treating the same way. You just want to be sacrificing this in response to its enter the battlefield ability. you are not going to be able to get additional copies, unfortunately. Um, unlike unlike the Fairy Miscreant and the Cleric of the Forward Order, where you can get multiples to work because they care about being in play. Undead Servant looks at the graveyard, and you're not going to have access to other Undead Servants in your graveyard. Unless, again, you're playing Relentless Commander. Which, if you're doing Relentless Commander, heaven forbid, this is a zombie, so you're going to be playing Zombie Tribal. Self-mill, get a bunch of zombies into your graveyard, mass reanimate, or even, you don't even have to mass reanimate. Bring one into play, somehow. Get a bunch of zombie tokens. And, well, actually, oh, that's silly. You reanimate them one at a time. Mill yourself a bunch. And then it's like having Shieldred Whispering one. So let's say you've got 6 of these in your graveyard. Shieldred, amongst other things, at the beginning of your upkeep, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, on your upkeep, you return 1 Undead Servant. You have 5 more, you're going to make 5 zombie tokens. This is assuming nothing else happens. On your next upkeep, you bring back another one. You make 4 more zombie tokens. On your next upkeep, you bring back another one. You make 3 more tokens. You've already made 12 tokens. Again, you'd have to be doing Relentless, but, you know, that's not unreasonable. Shambling Ghoul, 2 mana for a 2/3 zombie. Enters tapped. I think nowadays you might be able to get... Let me think here. Let's see here. Format equal type 2, type zombie. Mana value equal 2. Sort by toughness. Descending. Nope. Walking Sarcophagus potentially can be a 3/3 for 2 mana, just if you're at max speed. Let's see. How about date greater than 2019. And then not reprint. That's a 2/3. This is a 3/3. That deals damage to you. 1/3, 1/3. That's a 2/3 legendary. That's a 1/3, 1/3. That's a 2/3 Death Touch. It's mythic, but it's a 2/3 for 2 mana. Then you're looking at 2/2s. Toxic Abomination gives you a 3/2 where you lose 2. When it enters, you lose 2 life. That's not unreasonable. White enters tapped. Okay. Yeah, so it's possible to have a... It's possible to have something that size that does not enter tap, but more realistically, there's going to be some kind of appropriate drawback associated with it. So if you're looking for a 2 mana, if you're looking for a 2 mana sufficiently, like if you're looking for a 2 mana creature that's bigger than a 2/2, Shambling Ghoul is about what you're looking at, give or take. Not unreasonable. If you're okay with the 2/2s, then you can do a lot better. But as for something that's bigger than a 2/2 natively, yeah, it's fine. Infinite Obliteration. I have mentioned cards like this in the past. Infinite Obliteration in and of itself is going to be a lot harder to make work well in Commander because you need to choose a creature card name. And there's only a handful of creature cards where you can actually realistically pull more than one. Again, assuming you're not doing Relentless. If you are doing Relentless, the world is your oyster. However, white, I think, is got. Oh, a deck can have power greater than 0. There are 10 cards. White gets 3, blue gets 1, black gets 4, red gets 1, and then Azorius gets 1. Realistically, I expect people to play actually, you know what? I could see a deck playing any of the ones in white. Persistent Petitioners, obviously, because mill is a thing. The 2 rats, obviously, people like playing rats. Nazgul. Less likely. I wouldn't rule it out, but I would probably put you lower on the list. Shadowborn Apostle, yeah, people are gonna find a way to make it work. Because realistically, sacrifice 6 creatures named Shadowborn Apostle. Okay, well, I mean, there's a few ways to do that. A self-mill and a mass reanimation plan of, like, if you're playing white as an example. In addition, um, uh, what's it called? Remember the Past or whatever it's called? No, Return the Past? Something like that. It's like a 4 mana sorcery. You bring back all creatures in your graveyard that are like 2 power or less. Thunk! 7 dwarfs. It's fine. Sid Temless Artificer. Personally, there are can I sort by artist name? That might make things a little easier. One. Okay. 16. So there's only 15 versions of Sid. I would probably run 15 if I was doing that. Otherwise, I'd end up running like, I would choose one, like, for example, If I'm doing something vaguely Spider-Man based, I might do that. You know, Spider-Man or superhero of some sort, I might do that. If I'm doing something closer to a Doctor Who-ish deck, I might do that one. Um, you know, if I'm doing something a little more Duskmorn-ish, I might go with that one, etc., etc., etc. Uh, but yeah, I, I feel like the least likely one to actually be legitimately sensibly playable would be Nazgul. The rest of them I can see a lot easier. That doesn't mean I think the Nazgul is wrong. Or, like, I don't think it's bad. I just think I think it's less likely to be sensibly playable. Um, that being said, if you're playing any of those 10 cards, Infinite Obliteration works really well against you. If you're not, then they exile one creature card in your, somewhere in your hand, library, or graveyard. Which means if it's in play, you're safe. Uh, yeah, the reason to play cards like Infinite Obliteration at all is because you are specifically concerned about a specific card in your game. You really want a card like that when you are playing a certain, I gotta say, a certain combo. And I don't mean I have a specific combo in mind. I mean, here is a combo I want to pull off. I want to make sure I'm not interrupted doing what my deck is trying to do. I need a card like, I need a card to answer stuff that's in my opponent's decks. But you are naming specific cards like, oh good lord, why am I hate my brain these days. Uh, uh, ID equal white mana value equal authority of the consoles. You know, you care about authority of the consoles because that means your stuff enters tapped, and that is a problem with respect to your deck. Or maybe because your opponent is going to gain a metric butt ton of life, and that is a problem for your deck. Like, problem to the extent of this is too much for my deck to handle. So, if you're pulling Authority of the Consoles out, it's because it's an actual legitimate problem for your deck. But Infinite Obliteration, I think, is the worst version of that effect. Well, I shouldn't say it's the worst, but it would be like down here in terms of, you know, actually maybe lower than this, probably below the screen in terms of playability for Commander. You are playing this card because you need to deal with a specific problem. Either that, or your group has people playing certain decks, again, like Persistent Petitioners or Rat Colony or whatever, that you can run any number of copies of. And so therefore, if it's not for the reason I mentioned above, it's because people are playing this kind of effect enough where infinite obliteration is actually a viable reason. A actual viable uh, strategy. Other than that, I wouldn't play it. For a card like this, you want an effect like cranial extraction or whatever, where it's name a card, not name a creature card, or where you target a card in a graveyard. You get something like one of those, works a lot better. Infinite obliteration, you have a much more narrow list of options for what you can actually hit. And cards like the thing is, cards like Thalia, was it Guardian of Thraben, I think it is? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. It's fine. It's not going to ruin any particular decks. It's going to slow things down. But I mean, it's a one toughness creature. It can die to a sandstorm. Sandstorm? Sandstorm. Your opponent's probably going to attack with it at some point. Cool. 1 damage to each attacking creature. No big deal. It's fine. Or getting -1/-1 counters on it, or being blocked by a 1/3, or a 1-power first or double striker, etc. Meh. But yeah, infinite obliteration, you need to be answering like, cards like this, your deck is trying to do X. There's only a handful of cards that can stop you from doing X. Now you're looking, so you only want cards like that because you're trying to answer those handful of cards. But infinite obliteration, now you're looking at a subsection of a subsection. So you need to be able to answer exactly these 5 cards or whatever. Or, again, you've got people playing with Rat Colony or whatever in your area. Rabid Bloodsucker. 5 mana for a 3/2 flyer. When it enters, each player loses 2 life. Does include yourself. I would be much more excited if it also said that and you gain life equal to life lost this way, or each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. It's not good enough. For 5 mana, even at common, I'm expecting like a 4-power flyer. I'm expecting a 4... At common, I'm expecting a 4/3 at least. At the very least, like a 3/3, maybe a 3/4. When the centers, each player loses... Nah, not good enough. I would play Shambling Ghoul over that. I would find a way to play Undead Servant over that. Infinite Obliteration. Again, really, really narrow list of cards that I need to worry about to make it playable. Yeah, just no. Night Snare. This is basically 4 mana. You either get Thoughtseize, but if you don't choose a card, they discard 2. Again, see my aforementioned thoughts on discard as a strategy for Commander. That being said, I might consider this effect, but realistically, I think most often I would see this as a overcosted mind rot. And mind rot is already, like, there's already better options than mind rot. I would play this because of its flexibility, but that's it. Erebos Titan, 4 mana for 5/5. As long as your opponents control no creatures, this has indestructible. Which means that if you're... as soon as one of your opponents makes a squirrel token, guess what? It's no longer indestructible. Whenever a creature card leaves an opponent's graveyard, you may discard a card. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Leaving the graveyard means it can get returned to hand, shuffled back into the library, exiled, you know, whatever. It just has to go from graveyard to somewhere that's not the graveyard. Where that somewhere that's not the graveyard is, doesn't matter. This is one of those cards that I would recommend playing this. Not because it's... I mean, it's fine to play as this. It's a 4 mana 5/5 that's occasionally indestructible. But more realistically, it's a 4 mana 5/5. That when, let's say, somebody uses Scavenging Ooze, you can discard a card to bring the Titan back to your hand. Okay. Do you have cards that care about when you discard cards? You know, what happens when you discard cards? Erebos' Titan might be one of them. You know, might be... I don't know if I'd call it a payoff, but help be like an engine card. You kind of want to play this kind of like how you do with like Phoenixes or potentially Squee. There's Black occasionally gets cards that allow you to get them back to your hand. So you may want to be looking at cards like that. Also, triple black means quite a bit when it comes to devotion to black. Unholy Hunger feels overcosted, honestly. It's 5 mana. You get Murder. But if you've got Spell Mastery, you gain 2 life. Not worth it. Just to gain 2 life? Not worth it. There are much better Spellmaster cards. There's much better ways to gain life, etc. To Spoiler of Souls. 2 mana for a 3/1 horror that can't block. Pay double black and exile 2 other creature cards from your graveyard. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It does self-reanimate, so that's a something. But you're paying... So it also does not say it enters tapped, but it can't block. So I think the only reasons, let me think here. If I am exiling stuff from my graveyard, I basically just need a way to give it haste. And then it can do something. The ability, huh? If you have, if somebody's got a card that removes all abilities, this is then a 3/1 creature. Stuff that remove abilities, for the most part, only affects stuff that's on the battlefield. Stuff that's in the graveyard or whatever is generally not affected. Oh, lose all abilities. Sort by color. Excuse you. Sort by color. Creatures lose all abilities. Creatures are creature tokens. Creatures cards in graveyard, lands. So out of the 9 cards that say lose all abilities, because we're talking about creatures, not target creature, the Yixa Jailer affects stuff in graveyards. And Blood Sun affects lands. And nothing else, and everything else affects creatures, not creature cards. And what that means is an effect like that would say Despoiler of Souls is now a 3/1, not a 3/1 that says it can't block, just a 3/1. But you could still exile stuff from your graveyard to bring it back into play. That being said, I think if somebody were to take the old school dredge decks, you know, from before Prized Amalgam, etc. came out, stuff that was actually based on dredge, you know, Golgari Grave Troll and Dakmor Salvage and Stinkweed Imp and Life from the Loam and all that jazz. I think if somebody were to build a deck based on that, which for all intents and purposes is basically a self-mill deck that allows you to get certain cards back to your hand. And then you play, you know, then you're trying to mill into stuff that's got, usually that has flashback or whatever. But dredge decks from way back in the day would run cards like Icarid, which is a 3/1 with haste that you sack at the end of turn. But on your upkeep, if it's in your graveyard, you can exile a black creature to bring it back into play. That's relevant because you would, you know, you with your various dredge effects and whatnot, you'd end up milling it. And then while it's in your graveyard on your it's your upkeep rolls around, you go, cool, I'm going to exile Golgari Thug from my graveyard, bring Icarid back into play. Well, if you're playing a deck based around that kind of strategy, it might be one of the 3 cards that you're sacrificing to Dread Return, let's say. Well, if you're doing that kind of shenanigans, Despoiler of Souls, if you're building based on the concept of an old school, uh, vintage or legacy dredge deck, then Despoiler of Souls might be one of those cards that you want to put in to be another Icarid kind of effect. So that's a thing I could see. Consecrated by Blood. If this were in red, I might possibly have considered it for Squee. 2 black, 2 other. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and flying, and has sacrifice 2 other creatures to regenerate this creature. I might even not care about the regeneration clause, although I've got, I think, 11 creatures in that deck. It might be enough to actually make it vaguely playable in that context, especially considering one of them is one of the OG Eldrazi Titans. I think it's Ulamog. Yeah, not terrible. In black, I think I'd still, if I'm looking for an aura to give my creatures flying and a size boost, I think this is not unreasonable. Ideally, this wants to be in a deck that has, like, this wants to be in a deck where you have creatures that you don't mind sacrificing. Kind of like a Aristocrats deck, but you want to be a little more. Aristocrats is more, I want to sacrifice creatures for fun and profit, and I want to sacrifice it to these, and this is why, etc., etc. This is more like having cards like Solemn Simulacrum, where you're going to want the creature to die at some point anyway, but, it dies when it dies. It's not very often that you're insisting, well, it dies now. So something like that, because a lot of Aristocrats is, well, I want to sacrifice my creatures as soon as I can because I want to be able to this, whatever. Consecrated by Blood is one of those. It's nice that I'm able to sacrifice creatures, but this is not what the card is specifically aimed for. But it's nice that I have some creatures that I can at some point sacrifice if I need to keep stuff alive, and I'm not too upset about it. Deadbridge Shaman. 3 mana for a 3/1 elf. When it dies, target opponent discards a card. It's fine. It's a 3 mana, 3 power elf, but honestly, you're playing elves, unless you're playing like mono black elves. You're playing mono black elves, maybe. Honestly, if you're in Golgari, there's better stuff. By the time you can cast this, you're probably already looking at cards like Shaman of the Pack anyway, because you probably already have green mana available. But anyway, it's highly unlikely, not impossible, but it's highly unlikely that you've got black mana available and not green. So, if you're not playing it because it's an elf, then you're playing it because you want to sacrifice it at some point to make somebody discard a card. If you're doing that, I would suggest you're doing it because you're trying to find ways to recur it. See the aforementioned Shieldred, the Shieldred Whispering one, and maybe trying to keep somebody under control somewhat. And some kind of payoff for making them discard a la Waste Not. Touch a Moon Glove. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains death touch on a turn. Whenever a creature dealt damage by that creature dies this turn, its controller loses 1 life. Or 2 life, rather. You combine this with something like Crypt Rats. And let's say you've got, I'm going to go back to the same well because it's convenient. Akroma's Memorial. Amongst other things, it gives protection from black to all your creatures. Crypt Rats in play. All my stuff's got protection from black. Okay. Activate Crypt Rats for 1. Whoa. In response, touch a Moon Glove. Amongst other things, my creature, the Crypt Rats now has Death Touch till end of turn. And whenever one of your creatures dies, whoever controlled that creature loses 2 life. That's a really good way to kill somebody who's playing like squirrels or saprolings or some other deck where people are known to just go and, hey, I'm going to create a whole, I've got 37 mana, I'm going to make 37 tokens or whatever. Goblins with Krenko. Or you can work with a larger version and have like Pestilence Demon. No, you don't want Pestilence Demon because Pestilence Demon, it's Death Touch. It deals 1 damage to everybody. Normally it would survive, but Death Touch means it dies to its own ability as well. Shrug. That being said, yeah, just wipe the board. Or whatchamacallit? Thundercloud Shaman. Yeah, Thundercloud Shaman. Damage equal to the number of giants you control to each non-giant creature. So it won't die from its own ability. In response to its own trigger, touch a Moon Glove. Kill anything that's not a giant. By the way, burninate everybody. Eyeblade Assassin. When it enters, target creature and opponent controls get -1/-1 till end of turn. It's a 3 mana 2/2 Elf Assassin. I might play this in. I don't think it's good enough for an Elf tribal deck. I might play it in an Assassin Tribal. Who am I? Golgari. Who have I got at 3 mana? What? Eyeblight Assassin? Nope. Here's my list of 3 drops. None of these are Eyeblight Assassin. Let's go to something bigger so people can see easier. Order in the court! Order in the court! Yeah, can I get a ham and cheese on rye? Yeah, none of my 3 mana elves are. The only black 3 mana elf I have is Shaman of the Pack and is black green. Again, I think if you're going for maybe if you're going mono black elves, you consider it. I don't really see another good spot for it. That or you're playing assassins, in which case maybe. Firefiend Elemental, 4 mana for a 3/2 with haste and renown 1. I think so. I know for 4 mana you can get a 4/4 that maybe can't attack alone or some other similar ability at common. You can, I think you can get 4 3s. This is a 3/2 with haste and renown 1. So it gets through once, and that becomes a 4/3. I don't know if that's good. I think I would rather, I think in general. So the thing about a card like Firefiend Elemental, it is a 3 power creature with haste. I think if you're building a deck vaguely on the plot of stuff like not Fire Elemental, Ball Lightning, you know, creatures that are a decent size that have got haste, and just smack, smack, smack. I think Firefiend Elemental might be worth considering. What are you? Are you supposed to be raccoon? I think it's a cat. No, that looks like a cat emoji. Did you Zero? Did you at least figure out what cards you wanted to cut? I think if somebody's playing Hasty Elementals, I think this would be fine. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be 5 color, because white and blue don't really get into haste. You'd be narrowed down to somewhere in Jund. And probably more Gruul. Although black also does give you access to cards like Lightning Skelemental. Damn it, Carl. Why'd you have to do that? I cannot get the way Carl from Card Market. I think his name is like Carl Perkins or something like that. I cannot get the way he says Lightning Skelemental out of my head. Curse you, Carl Market! Anyway. Yeah, I think if you're building based on that premise, Firefiend Elemental is probably fine. Infectious Bloodlust. 2 mana, enchant creature gets +2/+1, has haste, and attacks each combat of Fable. When enchant creature dies, that trigger is not going to be useful. That trigger is basically going to be... you may search your library for a card named Infectious Bloodlust. Reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Well, you can search, fail to find, and then shuffle. That in and of itself might still be useful to you. 2 mana, +2/+1, haste, and attacks each combat of Fable. That feels like the kind of card I might throw on somebody else's creature just to force it to attack. I think I would rather go to creature, but that's not a bad way around it. Also, if you're building another deck along lines of Squee, I should say along the lines of my Squee deck, if you're building something along the lines of this, where here's my general, and here's a bunch of enchantments that I play to, push through damage, and basically I'm building a Voltron deck based around throwing auras on my general. If you're doing something along that lines, I could see Infectious Bloodlust. I could also see Infectious Bloodlust being used to force somebody else's creature to attack every turn, and at some point, that's going to make it easier to kill because they're going to attack into something that's bigger. Volcanic Rambler. I've got a couple of decks that I put this in specifically because I can continuously pay mana into it and do damage to target player or planeswalker. More than likely player. If I generate a silly amount of mana, I can go, hey, by the way, I've got 57 mana. Or I got 87 mana. Let's go 87, because 87 is more fun. I'm going to pump all that 87 mana through my Volcanic Rambler. And I'm going to shoot you for 29. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to shoot you for 29. Ow. We'll point out, it's a 6 mana creature. Its activation cost is only 3. So chances are by the time you can cast it, you can activate it twice a turn. Just putting that out there. I largely have a card like this because it's a common for my lists. If I'm looking to expand beyond that, there's other cards I would play instead. Like Kumano Master Yamabushi. For 2 mana, deals 1 damage to any target. And I get a 4/4 for 5 mana, as opposed to a 6/4 for 6 mana. But more relevantly, I would be using it for this activation. Also, if a creature dealt damage by Kumano this turn would die exile instead. In other words, anytime you deal damage with... Anytime a creature dies, if Kumano dealt damage to it in the same turn, that creature gets exiled. But yeah, Volcanic Rambler, I largely am playing this A as a mana sink, B as a damage source that does not require attacking, and C, it's a common. Certain decks that I have care about the card being common or not common. It's the reason why it's actually 9 cents compared to a lot of these cards, which like a random janky common is going to be like 2 cents or whatever. This is 9 cents. It means it's actually reasonable. Prickle Boar. 5 mana for a 3/3 boar. During your turn, +2/+0 on first strike. In other words, on your turn, it's a 5/3 first strike. Hilariously, I want to combo this with Quinde, because Quinde says that creatures you control with first strike have double strike. So if you've got Quinde out and you got Prickle Boar out, then on your turn, the pig is only a 3/3. Or sorry, on other people's turn, it's only a 3/3. But on your turn, it's going to swing for at least 10. Because it has first strike, well, Quinde says, well, now it has also double strike. And it also gets +2 power, so that 2 adds on to the 3 to make it 5. 5 points double strike. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah. That's already where my brain's going. It just means that you need to be able to do stuff during your turn. But, I mean, it's still not bad. But I would probably play any of these 3 before the Prickle Boar. Because if I'm looking at something like this, I should be able to get... I don't know if I can get a 5 power first striker recently, but I should be able to get a 3 power first striker. You know what? Date greater than 2019. First rarity common, color equal red, and toughness. Now value equal 5. Wow, really? Only killed an halberdier? Alright, what if I go mana value greater than 3? Game paper. Lightning Wolf. Lightning Wolf I would prefer. Most valuable Slayer. Lol. Yeah. Yeah, Prickleborn might not be too far off of what you can of what's reasonable. Let's be honest. At least at common. Majoring Bully. 2 mana for a 2/2 with prowess. Tax each combat of Fable. That sounds about right. If you took off the prowess, it wouldn't have to attack each turn. So you get a 2 mana 2/2. So you're basically looking at Grizzly Bears with prowess that has to attack every turn. Honestly, if you're playing an aggro kind of deck anyway, You want to play an aggro style deck and have enough spells to make prowess worth it. So start off vaguely. I would start off vaguely with the skeleton of my mono white common stack and go off of that. Make enough, have enough ways to make multiple bodies. Good number of pump spells. I think that's actually feasible. They don't have to be commons. My deck just happened to be commons because I'm trying to build a bunch of commons only decks. I think that's actually a viable way to build it though. Is start off with this list as a skeleton. And you'll notice that, like for example, the stuff that makes 2 bodies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of my 11 cards are instants and sorceries. For making 2 bodies. For making 3 or more, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of 13. So about half of them. And then my pump spells, most of them are going to be instants and sorceries. 1, 2, I think it's, 3 of them are not. So 8 out of the pump spells are, and those pump spells, everyone is going to deal, if you've got prowess going on, it's going to also do additional damage just from casting it in the first place. Your removal is going to help, etc., etc. So, yeah, Majoring Bully, if you take my mono white common stack and use that as a conceptual skeleton framework type thing to build a deck that uses Majoring Bully, I think you probably have a decent viable deck. A Crowan Sergeant, 3 mana for a 2/2 first strike and renown 1. At common, that feels about right. And even so, a 2/2 with first strike that only requires a single red to cast, that if it does get through, is suddenly now a 3 power first strike, is going to deal a lot more damage than people realize because it's got first strike. It's going to, like, a 2 power creature with first strike is going to eat anything that's got less than 3 toughness that doesn't also have first strike or double strike. Hey look, I've got this legendary. You know what? Is commander toughness less than 3, power greater than 4. This guy. That's who I'm thinking of. Kytheon, Hunger Tyrant. 7/2 for 3 mana. Hey, it's a really big creature, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Okay. You attack with it. I block with the Crowan Sergeant, it dies. Yeah. Not the sort of thing that people are going to want to contend with. And yes, there are other options in here as well. Zergo Helm Smasher doesn't want to deal with that. Haktos the Unscarred occasionally has that. Choose 2, 3, or 4. It is a 3. If you happen to get 3, you're lucky. Otherwise, if it's 2 or 4, yeah, guess what? Bruce Banner. Yeah, Bruce Banner, I could see. Nah, people aren't going to attack with Bruce until they can transform him. Yeah. So there's some commanders that you're going to have to pay attention to. And our Crow Sergeant is going to actually hold them back because it's 2 power first strike. Acolyte of the Inferno. 3 mana for a 3/1 with Renown 2. Whenever this becomes blocked by a creature, it deals 2 damage to that creature. Oh man, if... What was I saying a moment ago about that? Oh yeah, Touch a Moonglove? Target creature you control gains Death Touch till end of turn. Acolyte of the Inferno. 3 mana. Attack with this. Kill, block with this and this. Touch a Moonglove. Give my guy Death Touch. With the block trigger on the stack. Hey, by the way. Both your creatures die before combat damage happens. Yeah. If you can find a way to force this thing to get blocked, like Lure, and its variant, its various variants. Is Nemesis Mask? Which one's Nemesis Mask? All creatures able to block a quick creature do so. Wow, you're $7 almost. I'm tempted to look up to see if I have any Nemesis Masks. Also, Nemesis Mask from Darksteel. 11 bucks Canadian. Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Also, what's the current exchange rate right now? Canadian dollar, $1.36. Okay. Yeah, so if you attach a Nemesis Mask to Acolyte of the Inferno, and then you throw, like, Touch a Moonglove or whatever on it, it's like, hey, by the way, so anything that can block me has to. I'm attacking you. You have to block with all your creatures. By the way, my guy's now got Death Touch till end of turn. All your creatures die. Oh. To be fair, if you're doing all that kind of shenanigans, I mean, there's a reason why when I built my Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck, where are you, Demir? Boop, 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 boop. I've got these 2 cards here listed as my Regekis. Garrick's Wake and Plague Wind. Destroy all creatures you don't control. Garrick's Wake says also, and all Planeswalkers. Whoops. Wow. Plague Wind is actually worth more. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, there are ways to make this combo. This really wants to go with something like Nemesis Mask. Seismic Elemental. 5 mana for 4/4 Elemental. When it enters, creatures without flying can't block this turn. So, in other words, only stuff that's got flying can block. What you really want, again, for something like this, what you really want is something earlier like Fervor or Crashing Drawbridge or something of that nature. Ideally, like Mass Hysteria, even, which gives all creatures haste. Not all creatures you control, all creatures, but it's 1 mana. And then you attack. Unless you can find something else like Urabrask or Brask the Hidden. I think that was your name, wasn't it? Yeah, Urabrask the Hidden. If you get this out first, if you get Urabrask out first and then Seismic Elemental, your opponent's stuff enters tapped. Your stuff has haste. When this enters, creatures without flying can't block this turn. Not can't block it, can't block. Boom! And again, people overlook flying a little too much. Most of your creatures are going to very often your creature's going to get through for a lot of damage. Lightning Javelin? 4 mana, 3 damage to any target as a sorcery, scry 1. You're basically paying, if you compare this to Volcanic Hammer, which is generally a bad card anyway. Volcanic Hammer, for 2 less mana, is the same amount of damage as sorcery. It's considered a bad card because it's okay because it deals more damage than its cost. And then you're paying 2 mana on top of that, still on sorcery, to scry 1. People are not generally willing to play that. It's generally considered bad because 2 mana instant is what you should get these days. And this has been true for a very long time now. 2 mana, 3 damage to any target, instant speed. No. Just no. Compare this to Magma Jet, which is 2 mana less, instant, only 2 damage instead of 3, but scry 2. What? Two mana, instant, 2 damage to any target, scry 2. 4 mana, sorcery, 3 damage to any target, scry 1. You can make up that extra point of damage pretty easily. Stuff like Torbrand, for example. Thane of Redfell. If red source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, deals that much damage plus 2. Yeah, 4 damage instead of 5 and inscribed. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Lightning Javelin, don't play it. If you're looking for cards of this nature at all, a good, a reasonable rule of thumb is try not to pay, unless you're playing an X spell, stuff like Fireball, etc., etc. Try not to pay more mana than the amount of damage you're dealing. If you're paying more, meow. Oh yeah, this don't care. This fine and boop. Sorry, I had a yeah. Like if you're dealing 4 damage to a target, you shouldn't be paying 4 mana for it. You might have to, but you should. Nope. So 4 mana at most for 4 damage. And even that's pushing it. You should be like 2 or 3 mana. I would say I would expect 2 mana as a sorcery, 3 mana as an instant. Although 3 mana, that might come with some drawbacks. For example, Char. But 4 damage to any target and 2 to yourself is fine. Or Flame Javelin. 3 2-bridge red mana. 2-bridge? Two-bridge. A mana symbol where you can pay 1 mana of a given color or any 2 mana. The mana value of a card like this is always based on what's the highest value in each part of the mana cost. Let me think here. What's the... Oh, yeah. Oh, no, not Leyline that go up. Sort by color. Pretty sure there's something that's 2-bridge. And I cannot remember the name of it right now. Oh, these guys. I forgot about these. There. Cards like Rakshas's Bargain. It's got 3 mana symbols. Each one is 1 mana of a specific color or 2 of anything. So Rakshas's Bargain, it's the first symbol is black or 2 mana of anything. Green, 2 or 2 mana of anything. Blue, 2 mana of anything. So you could be paying anywhere from 3 to 6 mana for this. You could play this in a mono red deck, in theory. I'm going to assume we're talking like standard or some other format where you can actually play 60s. You know, where you can actually play multiple copies of the same card. And this is the sort of card that you could play in a deck like that. But those are two-bred. And Flame Javelin, I mean, you could technically play this in, let's say, a mono blue deck. It would cost you 6 mana, but you could do it and it'd be 4 damage to any target. The fact that you can play this in a deck that's, you know, not red is hilarious. But that's the only reason I would accept somebody playing somebody's playing not playing somebody paying more than its mana value is because it's going outside the color, like what the color is known for doing. I don't mind the idea of I'm paying more because it's outside my colors. This is a burn spell. This is what red does. You should not be paying 4 mana for 3 damage, even if you get Scry 1 on top of it, because Scry 1 is one of those things that's like, you should just barely be touching with the mana cost. This is not enough to make something go from 3 to 4 mana as a... If this is an instant, I might be able to see it. This is... No, forget it. Call of the Full Moon. This is a card I considered putting into my mono red, into my squee deck. This is a card I considered. 2 mana, enchant creature gets +3/+2 and has trample. 3 power and trample for 2 mana is a pretty good rate. Not gonna lie. But it's not... Like, these ones are going to give a lot of size boost. You know, at least 6 or 7. Yeah, I'll stop. These ones are just these are going to give a healthy amount and maybe some extra abilities. And I took a look and it's like, I mean, I'm not getting trample. Well, I'm getting that out of Tillinolli's Crown. Eldrazi Conscription. I think Superstate also gives it. Yes, Superstate also gives it, which is now in the deck. So 1, 2, 3. None of these give trample. Alright, so I have 3 ways to give trample in that deck. And this was under consideration. And I end up going, no, because when I suddenly need it, somebody's going to cast 2 spells, and then I'm going to find on the next player's turn, hey, by the way, this gets blowed up. So unless I feel like the best way to think about this is like a giant growth effect. Giant growth, berserk, something of that nature. Something that you expect to keep around for a single turn. If it lasts longer, great. Don't expect it to last longer. If you're building that kind of deck, great. Then consider throwing Call of the Full Moon in. But beyond that, yeah, I wouldn't bother. Skyraker Giant, 4/3 with reach for 4 mana. Yeah, I like the fact that reach is a much more common ability for red to get these days. Um, it's kind of like I don't know. I don't know if I think it fits it, but I certain. Well, here's the thing. Your smaller creatures, or the more common ones, tend to have reach. Your bigger ones tend to be dragons and have flying. It's almost like red has to have ways to deal with flying creatures, one way or another. Even though you have cards like Seismic Elemental that turn around and say, hey, by the way, we have to deal with non-flying creatures. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Weird. But yeah, I won't say no to a decent static creature with an ability for, for a reasonable cost. And it's a giant. Are you playing giant tribal? Here's the funny thing. Build mono red reach. Wait, what? Build mono red reach. How many cards can you find that have reach? You know what? Needle Peak Spider. I feel I don't quote me on this, but I feel like this might have been it's certainly the first red creature that I can remember that has reach. Keyword reach. ID equal red. Date less than PLC. Really? Game paper, go away. 50 cards. Not reprint. And then Ascending? Yeah, Planar Chaos was the first time. Ether Membrane and Needle Peak Spire. Then Skyraker Giant. And then we started getting like a few others here and there. Tuk Robo Fort is another good way for red to get haste. Wrecking Crew, I like 5 mana for a 4/5 with reach and trample. That's kind of hilarious. And then for like half a mana more. Oh, you lose trample, but you gain mass. Oh, okay. So yeah, almost everything you're going to be playing. Oh, 5 mana for 5/5 reach, trample, haste. So for half a mana more, you get an extra point of power, and you get haste. That's funny. Also a rarity bump, but still. I am amused and bemused by red getting reach. I mean, I still think it's fine. But yeah, so that's only their third card ever that had reach. Interesting. Anywho. Yeah. Giant Tribal, I'd play it. Try building Reach Tribal in mono red. See how that goes. I'm curious now. Let me know in the comments if you ever do. Enthralling Victor. I considered when I was building Splinter Twin for EDH, I'm still working on it. But I'm a reasonable amount of the way down. Where am I here? There's Riku. I'm down to 27 cards. I'm basically down to 21 cards because the other 6 cards are lands. When this enters, gain control of target creature and opponent controls with power 2 or less till end of turn. Untap that creature, gains haste till end of turn. I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's going to be enough small creatures that I'm going to care about my opponents having. If I'm going to play something like that, I'm going to want something that can, that's not going to care how big the creature is. Zealous Conscripts doesn't care. Coercive Recruiter doesn't care. Conquering Manticore doesn't care. All 3 of these let me, comes into play, steal a thing. Gain control of it till end of turn. Coercive Recruiter is Zealous Conscripts is target permanent. Yeah, these are all slightly different from each other. The Recruiter and the Manticore only steal creatures. The Conscripts can steal anything. There are times when you want to steal something that's not a creature. Oh, he's got a Planeswalker he's about to ultimate. Yoink, thank you. I'll ultimate that now. No! But yeah, enthralling Victor? No, it doesn't do enough for me. Also, because it's an opponent controls, it doesn't allow you to do silly shenanigans. Like, I'm going to untap my Kikijiki. Oh. Yeah. This is more for stuff that says what it says on the tin and not doing shenanigans, unfortunately. Green cards. Undercity Troll. How many trolls do you know? The answer is yes. 2 mana for a 2/2 with Renown 1, so it can potentially be a 3/3. for 2 mana. If you can coerce people, if you can coerce somebody into not blocking it, cool. Pay 3 mana to regenerate it. It's a strong cost, but again, you're looking at a 2 mana creature that only requires a single green and a single colored mana in order to cast it. Something that's potentially 3/3. Paying 3 to regenerate feels about right on balance, but I I generally would not pay 3 mana to regenerate a creature. I would be generally happier with this being, let's say, 3 to cast for a 2/2 with a Renown one, and then that would probably more realistically make the regeneration cost green +1, or maybe even just straight up green. Green, like, just straight up green feels like it might be more likely. But I think they wanted this to start off more grizzly bears. And if you're playing this, you're probably playing it because it's troll tribal. Tribe troll? Something like that. Vine Snare. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn by creatures power 4 or less. So anything that's basically up to like a medium-sized creature, because 5 power you're starting to get into the bigger stuff. I would say that, yeah, this is basically preventing combat damage by anything that's relatively small. Small to medium size. Okay, prevent it all. You're playing Turbo Fog. You might be considering this. I would say Turbo Fog is better when you're playing a normal fog effect. If you don't want to have to fog 1 or 2 creatures. You want to have to prevent damage from a bunch of creatures, like 5 or 6. 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in that range, or more. Those are generally going to be small. Yeah, those are generally going to be smaller. Yeah, this is one of those cards where you're going to have to hold in your hand until you're getting attacked with a bunch of stuff. But the problem with being attacked with a bunch of stuff is that you may cast Vine Snare and your opponent goes, cool. In response, I cast, Guardian's Pledge or what have you, and now all my stuff has got like all my stuff is like 5 power now, and you're like, ugh. So now I prevent none of it. Yeah, Vine Snare is pretty easy. Or echoing calm, echoing truth. Is that echoing growth? Echoing courage. Yeah, it's pretty easy to only spend like a couple mana and counteract the capability of this and smash in for a bunch of damage while you're at it. So, yeah, just don't bother. Just find actual fogs. Um, Ones that prevent damage from non-green creatures, eh. Um, just just play actual fogs. Rog Smaller 5 mana for 4/4 trample with Renown 2. The chance of this actually getting through for I think the chance of this actually getting through and becoming renowned uh when it first hits somebody is not unrealistic because the 4 power trampler means you have to block with well, for A, 4 toughness. B, you probably gonna be wanting to block with at least a 5/5, and that's big enough that people don't really want to risk them. But if you don't, well, now the next turn they got a 6/6 trample. So people are like, this is one of those things where do I want to block it or do I want to let them have a 6/6? Now, mind you, the easier way around stuff like that is playing, the various vows. you know, uh, enchanted creature gets +2/+2, has some ability, and can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. Are those the... No, Commander 2011, okay. What was it, CMD? CMD, yeah. Yeah, every color got one. They're all the same. Uh, they basically were all the same except for the specific ability the creature got. White got vigilance, blue gave flying, red handed over first strike, black said intimidate, and the green one was trample. And these are all like probably in my opinion the worst one might be Vow of Duty, giving vigilance. It's fine. Every other one is great for pushing through damage. Because even the red one, giving first strike, is like, hey, by the way, you know, how much do you actually want to block this with? Probably not that much. Yeah, Valve Lightning is actually a card that maybe should have been in my squee deck. But yeah, you you throw a Vow on this, and it's going to be like, I don't know, like you throw the green one on Vow of Wildness, which gives incidentally doesn't just give trample, but every other one gives +2/+2. That gives +3/+3. Sure, it already has trample. You put the Vow of Wildness on it. Now it's a 7/7 trample. So chance of it actually connecting is high. Then it becomes renowned and it'll be a 9/9 trample. Have a nice day. And even if that Vow falls off, okay, now it's still a 6/6 trample. Like, just Rock Smallers just going to end up being really good. Wild Instinct. Wild Instincts, I would say Uh, like, green fight spells are good if your creatures are sufficiently large. Giving +2/+2 certainly helps in that department. You can probably find this at a better rate, but I wouldn't say no to, like, if I can find this, +2/+2 and fight for, like, if I can find basically this effect at a better rate, great. If I can find slightly bigger, if I can find +3/+3, or if I can find it as a bite spell, great. I'm still not unhappy with running Wild Instincts. Aerial Volley. Feels like one of those cards that it's just like Leaf Arrow. Yeah. So Leaf Arrow. When Rise of the Eldrazi came out, this was one of those cards that to me was like, this has got to be a reprint. I don't remember the card, but this has got to be. I swore up and down, this has got to be a reprint. No, this card never existed. In fact, it's only ever had the one printing. 1 green, instant, 3 damage target creature with flying. This is taking Lightning Bolt, porting it over to green in a way that makes the most sense for green. Well, now Aerial Volley is literally the exact same card with the ability to split up the damage. And again, this is its first printing. How does this not already exist? Yeah, no, this is its first printing. This is Arc Lightning. You know what? Sort by mana value. Yeah, this is literally Arc Lightning as an instant that can only hit flyers in green. Sure. And yes, if this is one of those cards where I'm willing to pay 3 mana for 3 damage because I can split it up if I want. Flame of Firebrand, Magic Missile, same thing. Etc., etc. But yeah, Aerial Volley, again, one of these cards that it's like, this feels like a reprint because it's so obvious. No, never been printed before. Is it worth playing in Commander? I'd probably say no, simply due to the fact that it doesn't take much more to say destroy target creature with flying. And then for Whirlwind, 4 mana, destroy all creatures with flying. Whiptongue Hydra, 6 mana, 4/4 with reach. When it enters, destroy all creatures with flying. Put +1 counter on this creature for each creature destroyed this way. So 4 mana. 4 mana and 6 mana to hit all flyers. But then Then you start looking at cards like Raking Canopy. 3 mana enchantment. Whenever a creature with flying attacks you, this deals 4 damage to it. What? This is going to greatly reduce the number of creatures, the number of flyers that attack you. This is almost like fog for like the small to mid-sized flyers. You need a healthy sized flyer to be able to consider attacking now. At which point, aerial volley. I think if I'm considering dealing with flying creatures, it's like Whirlwind and Raking Canopy is a really good place to start. I would probably just pass on that altogether. I'd be Undercity Troll if I'm playing Troll Tribal. Rock Smaulers, I'm fine in, any deck where it vaguely makes sense. Rhinos would probably be a good starting point. Wild Instincts if I want a fight spell where my creature is more likely to actually kill the opposing creature. Freaka's Disciple, 2/3 Death Touch, Renown 1 for 4 mana. Yeah, feels about right. It's, again, it's because it's got Death Touch, it's going to kill, in and of itself, it's going to kill most things that it tangles with. It's not a great rate. I think I would generally have, well, no, because if memory serves me correctly, a 2/2 with Death Touch is generally like 3 mana. So this is an extra mana. You're getting an extra point of toughness, and if it does finally get through to somebody, and it's only 2 power, which in this case is not necessarily a drawback, because then you're looking at cards like, and I'm going back to an ancient card just because it's a card I can remember. Dwarven Warriors and similar effects. Target creature power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. Dwarven Nomad does the same thing. Goblin Tunneler is the same thing for 1 less mana. Goblin Smuggler, same thing, but it's a 2/2 with haste. Pathmaker Initiate is a 2/1 for 1 less mana. Access Tunnel works. Access Tunnel. Escape Tunnel in a pinch, etc., etc. But yeah, Dwarven Warriors is a sort of card that you want for a card like Freaka's Disciple to make sure it can get its first renown. At which point, now you got a 3/4 with Death Touch, which is kind of a scary kind of a scary prospect. But you know what? I don't think it's enough. It's like, this feels like one of those cards I'm trying to talk myself into making it, and I don't think it's good enough. You know what? 4 mana with Dutch Hut. Power greater than, no. Toughness greater than 2. Death, no. Keyword, Death, Touch. Mana value equal 4, ID equal green. You can get a 4/4. Well, there's only 9. You can get a 4/4. You can get a 2/3 with reach that can recur a card. You can get a 2/3 with reach. You can get a 2/4 that comes into play and gives you life. You get a 2/3 that when it deals damage to a player, you draw a card. And if somebody else has got a green permanent, which is not unlikely, it's a 2-drop. You've got Questing Beast, you know, the entire novel on a card. You've got Toxicrene, which is a reaching giant spider that lets your lands tap for any color. Yoicks. And Treetop Snare Spinner, which is a slightly weaker giant spider, but it's got Death Touch, and you can pay 3 mana to put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Only as a sorcery. Oh well. In Commander, that's just because that's going to be probably like 2 counters every turn once you're at. Yeah, so I'm going to assume the basic starting point is like a 2/4 with Death Touch. A 2/4 with Death Touch for 4 mana is not unreasonable. And sometimes other abilities or whatever else as well. Yeah. It's iffy. There's at this as a 3/4, you're looking at 1, 2, 2 that would definitely beat it, and a couple of others that where it could be like a coin toss. Mantle of Webs. The only problem with Mantle of Webs is it's also going to be fighting for things like Spider Silk Armor. Because what you really want a card like Mantle of Webs for is giving your creature reach, but it only affects a single creature. +1/+3 and reach. For an extra mana, Spider Silk Armor gives all your creatures an extra point of toughness. Only 1, not 3. But it gives all your creatures reach. So this is good if you're trying to enhance one specific creature. So this is better. This is better the more you're trying to do like a Voltron style deck, an aura-based Voltron deck. This is better if you're trying to enhance the entire team. So, I won't say one's better than the other. They've got different uses. Valeran Wardens, 3 mana for 1/3 Renown 2, so averaging a 2/2 with Renown 2. Whenever a creature you control becomes a Renown, draw a card. You have to play enough Renown to make it worthwhile. Here's the fun part. 22 cards. Sort by color. 9 white, 5 red, 6 green. Okay, so if you play Aragorn Hornburg Hero, you can actually play all of them. But Aragorn kind of gives you a payoff. Valerian Wardens gives you a payoff. And then I see some others that are payoffs for the individual creature getting renowned, but that's it. Realistically, this is the only payoff for a creature becoming renowned. And again, renowned is the status for the specific creature, and it is not attached to whether it has +1 counters on it or not. So those counters can be moved elsewhere, but it's not going to renown or de-renown, however you want to word it, another creature. It's just gonna, it's a thing. You either are or you're not. It's like, you know, you you either have an interest in commander or you don't, etc. Yeah. So if you're looking for some kind of payoff for Valerian Wardens, it's for playing Renown, that's basically that. Draga Invocation, 6 mana sorcery. Each creature you control gets +3/+3 till end of turn and must be blocked this turn of Fable. Green tends to have a reasonable amount of trample, so having this instead of Overrun I think is fine. Forcing your opponents to block is kind of hilarious. I'm attacking with 12 creatures. How many creatures do you have? 12? Well, guess what? All my stuff has to be blocked. What? Every single one. And chances are your creatures are going to end up being at least 4/4s because this it's not impossible, but it's difficult to have creatures that are smaller than 1/1. Even as a token, it's not easy to actually have an effect that creates tokens that are smaller than 1/1s. Almost every effect, well, most effects, most cards that people are going to play are going to be 1/1s. And so as a result, you're going to have 4/4s. They might be 5/5s. They might be giants. Who knows? So, yeah, you attack with 12 creatures. They need to be blocked by at least 12 creatures. You're playing green. The ability to give all your stuff trample, or your stuff already natively has trample, it's pretty easy. So, if you already have trample or easy ways to give trample, yeah, this is almost a no-brainer. Same with First Strike. If you somehow manage, like if you're playing a deck that's heavily First Strike based, let's say you're leaning more heavily into red or white, like Knighthood. Oh, my dog. Creatures you control have First Strike. Play Knighthood in like if you are playing a deck that is heavily geared, it's let's say you're playing Naya. but it's heavily green. But you've got some white in there because you want certain you want your swords plowshares, you want your path exile, you want a couple of wraths just in case. And you want some of the other interesting stuff. And then you see knighthood and it's like, all my creatures now have first strike. Huh. By the way, I'm going to add a Quende in there just in case. Yeah, we came across Quende earlier. Creatures you control first strike have double strike. Well, now if you do that and you add trample, and then you start adding, and then red, of course, has got its own fun stuff going on. I wouldn't deny somebody playing Aftershock, playing red for effects like Aftershock and stuff like that. Or Wild Magic Surge, Tybalt's Trickery, and some other weird stuff. Sure, go ahead. Have fun. And then you're green. You're like, I'm heavily green with some red and some white. Okay, fine. Knighthood's out. Quende's out. Jiraga Invocation. I attack with, 12 creatures. And hey, by the way, they've also got trample because I'm already playing green. What does the red archetype do? Aggression gives trample. The red one does trample. Wow. Archetype of aggression. Oh yeah, archetype of courage. You would probably play archetype of courage before you played knighthood. Doesn't hurt to have both. Yeah, yeah. Not apologizing. Yeah. You put those together in the same deck, and it's like, and by the way, I have first strike, which means I really have double strike, and I have trample, and you have to block. If you have to block every one of my creatures that you can. And did I mention they've all actually got double strike and trample? Which means they're all essentially like 8/4s. Have fun. Uh, Not apologizing. Conclave Naturalists. You play Conclave Naturalists when you want, um, you want disenchant on a body, on a decent sized body. You can get smaller. You can get 3 mana. You can get Rec Sage, Reclamation Sage, which is a card a lot of people play in a lot of decks. You can pay 1 more mana, make it slightly bigger, and give it an evoke cost that lets you pay half the price, but only get the play ability. Or you can play Conclave Naturalists and have the same effect on a healthy sized body. That's worth actually keeping around because you look at Reclamation Sage. You play Rec Sage. Yes, because it's an efficient creature, but it's also an elf. You play Conclave Naturalist when you want, the same ability on a decent sized creature on something that's going to stick around. Rec Sage dies at the first, it gets blocked by a sapling token, it dies. Conclave Naturalists, you actually need to put some effort into being able to get, to be able to remove it. So, personally, I would prefer a card like Conclave Naturalists for that. I would rather have a card like this for this kind of ability rather than have a Reclamation Sage in general, because it'll stick around. Speaking of giving trample, Summerwald Alpha, 4 mana for a 3/2. Whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, gains +1/+1 till end of turn. It's almost Rampage 1, except it doesn't count the first blocker. Mind you, that also combines really nicely with, Jiraga Invocation, forcing people to block. And now this turns around and goes, hey, by the way, you're being blocked. Here, get even bigger. And then target creature you control gains trample till end of turn for 2 mana. Well, yeah. How many headaches would you like to cause? Are you playing wolves? Are you playing werewolves? Stuff of that nature. Do you just want something that you can give? You don't have to give trample to everything, but giving trample to the occasional thing once in a while? Okay. You're playing that kind of deck, Summerwood Alpha, pretty good. Hitchclaw Recluse, I would generally prefer a 2/3 instead of a 1/4. 1/4 with reach is better for the survival of the spider, but stuff that it's going to block, without help, see Death Touch, etc., it's not going to kill anything. It's just going to block things and survive. But B, stuff of that size, like the difference between 2 power, versus 1 power is really big. The difference between 3 damage, 3 toughness and 4 toughness when you're dealing with, having to worry about flyers is not that big a deal, because chances are it's almost like it goes from, and this isn't exact, obviously, but it's almost like it goes from a 1/1 and 2/2 flyers straight up to like 4/4s and 5/5s, and having 3 or 4 toughness at that point really doesn't matter. But having 2 power is going to make more difference, because potentially 2 of them can block together and take something down. A 1/4 is just going to be there, and it's going to be basically a chump blocker. Would not generally recommend. Now for the fun part. ID gold. There is one card that has got a multicolor identity. If you're playing elves, you really want to be considering this. One card that's got a multicolor identity that in and of itself is not multicolored or colorless, because, the talismans and stuff. And that's Gnarroot Trapper. 1 black for a 1/1 elf druid. Tap and pay life to add green. Spend only to cast an elf creature spell. It's a shame they had to add the word creature there. Or tap, target attacking elf you control gains Death Touch till end of turn. If you're playing elves and you're at least in Golgari, you really should be playing this. Am I playing it in mine? Probably not, because it's probably a card I overlooked. Golgari Elves. Nope. I did not because it is a card I overlooked. Because the only cards that got to my head for the most part were I generate mana somehow. Or like Allosaurus Shepherd, and then like a handful of other random stuff that I knew were else. Sky Shroud Elite, somebody's gonna have a non-basic land. This is suddenly gonna be a 1 mana 2/3. It is a card I overlooked. I think part of that was also because it's black. And my Golgari Elf deck is heavy on green, and so I was concerned about not having black mana early early enough to make it worthwhile. Alright. Any multicolored cards? Yes, 10 of them. We can get through them fairly quickly. Citadel Castellan, 2/3 with Vigilance for 3 mana, which is fine. And then Renown 2. I am the first line of defense. You will not encounter the second. I like that. Yeah. Again, it's a decent renowned creature. It's a human knight. If you're playing, if you're playing Knight Tribal and you're in at least Selesnya, worth a consideration. Renown 2. Again, it's going to need help getting through for that 2 points, it's going to need help getting through for combat damage. Once you do, it is suddenly a 4/5 with Vigilance. I mean, honestly, if you've got any way of giving your stuff flying, um, you know, well, is it Elspeth? It's not Elspeth Tyrrell, is it? No. What are you? Knight Errant. The second Elspeth. +1. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains flying till end of turn. Even if you're doing something like that, Citadel Castellan on 3, Elspeth Hero on 4, jump the Castellan into the air, attack for 5 flying. Vigilance, cool. By the time it comes back down to the ground, lands, bows. You have a 4/5 vigilance permanently now. Yeah, seems fine. Blazing Hellhound, 4 mana for 4/3 elemental dog. Pay 1 and sack another creature to deal 1 damage to any target. Are you playing some kind of Aristocrats build in at least Rakdos? It's a consideration. Ideally, you don't want to have to pay additional mana for it. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Doesn't mean it's bad. In my mono black commons Aristocrats, I did because at that point I kind of had to. I might not have to now, but again, I'm playing with just commons, so that does make a difference. Reclusive Artificer, 4 mana for 2/3 with haste. When it enters, you may have it deal damage to target creature equal to the number of artifacts you control. You're playing Izzet? You want an artifact payoff? Hey, guess what? Here's a bunch of burn to, cool, I'm going to kill your creature now. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to kill your creature now. I've got a couple of artifact lands. I've got a couple of clue tokens floating around. Got a couple of artifact creatures. That thing can take 7 now. Well, shit. Erosa's Champion. 2/2 double strike for 3 mana. Are you looking to... again, are you looking to play some kind of... When I created Squee, one thing that I decided I wanted wasn't just auras to throw on it and ways to recur them. I also wanted a handful of other creatures that, you know, in case things went south, would also be reasonable for me to enchant as well. These are like secondary options just in case. Like, if Squee ends up coming like 9 mana cast, it's like, yeah, I'm not bothering. I'm going to throw, you know, I'm going to start throwing stuff on like Champion of the Flame now. Sort of thing. So, it is not bad to have other stuff in your deck if you're going some kind of Voltron build to put stuff on instead, in case things go south, in case your commander is legitimately or figuratively locked out. Or you're playing, you know, if you're playing with auras, you're in white, you might already be in some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Enchantress build. You might be looking at Boros. More realistically, you're probably looking at Naya because you'll want green in there. Erosa's Champion, perfectly viable for throwing auras or equipment on. Your in Boros equipment is a more natural fit for her. Double strike for, you know, a 2/2 double strike for 3 mana it's a good starting point. Bloodcursed Knight, 3 mana for a 3/2. As long as you control an enchantment, this creature gets +1/+1, has lifelink. So any sort of enchantment in play that you've got, this becomes a 4/3 lifelink. Well, what if you turn around and enchanted it with, I don't know, I mean, Battle Mastery is like probably the easiest thing to think of. And now it's a 4/3 lifelink double striker. Twin Blade Blessings, same idea, but it's also got flash. Twin Blade Invocation, you could potentially get that. Okay, there's 3 ways that you can give double strike. At least 3 ways to give enchant creature double strike. If you go into Naya, you can add Runes of the Deus to give it double strike as well. Oh no, not wow. You'd have to go into at least non-blue. Oof. Yeah. I would stick with 3. If you just went black-white, you'd be fine. Have yourself a 4/3 double striker. 4/3 life linking double striker. Possessed Gob. 5 mana for a 3/2. That sounds so overcosted. However, when it enters, return target instant, sorcery, or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If this creature would die, exile it instead. Unfortunately, that's an if statement, so that's a replacement effect. So it replaces dying with being exiled, which means the creature never dies. If something would kill it, if something would destroy it, or cause it to be sacrificed, or whatever, it's going from in play straight into exile. It never hits the graveyard. That might be to stop people from doing shenanigans. When this enters, return target instant, sorcery, or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Still, I would say still worth playing. It's also a zombie. You're in at least Dimir. Okay. Yeah, worth it. The way to get this into your graveyard, you'd have to like return it back to your hand and then discard it from there. Or, get it back to your library somehow and then pitch it into your graveyard from there. Bounding Crisis, or Crassus, however you want to pronounce this. 3 mana for a 3/3 with flash. When it enters, you may tap or untap target creature. Gee, guess where I want this. What kind of creatures would be fun to untap? I wonder. What if I put Splinter Twin on a Bounding Crisis? What if I use Kiki-Jiki to make a copy of Bounding Crisis, and then use its ability to untap Kiki-Jiki, etc., etc.? There it is. Hey, Bounding Crisis, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Oh yeah, and an intruder alarm. Creatures entering. Untap on my creature. Yeah. Yeah. You want this in a deck that's based around things like Splinter Twin. You occasionally do want it for other shenanigans as well. Just having a 3/3 that you can, you can play it as just what it is, as what it says on the tins, and not be a combo piece. And just simply tapping or untapping creatures in and of itself can be. Okay, I'll declare attackers. Okay, before you do, wait, what? I have a response. Okay. Cast Bound Crisis. Okay, I'll tap your big flyer. Okay, now you can decide what you're going to attack with. Oh. Do you know how often you can fog a complete attack just by tapping down one guy? It's hilarious. Zendikar Incarnate. Power equal to the number of lands you control. 4 toughness. It's fine. You're commonly gonna look at this and go, okay, it's at least a 4/4, might be 5, 6, 7 power, whatever. Where I would see Zendikar Incarnate, you ideally want this later in the game. You want an effect like Pandemonium or something like that, where you go, and I cast this giant beastie that only costs me 4 mana, potentially less. And Pandemonium, and it's like, oh, hey, by the way, this is an 8/4. By the way, take 8. Wait, what? Yeah, by the way, this came into play. Take 8. Not apologizing. The ability to find Zendikar Incarnate's power works in all zones, not just the battlefield. Yeah, so this is what's called a characteristic defining ability, or CDA. This works everywhere because this is an ability that specifically it it def- it defines what this number is. So it works even when it's in your library. Which means if somebody's gone Armageddon and you've got enough mana rocks and whatever else in play to be able to cast it, you could search this out and look for, if you've got creature power 1 or less. Okay, dig out Zendikar Incarnate. Thunderclap Wyvern. Are you playing a deck based around flying creatures? You probably want this guy. 4 mana for 2/3 flash flyer. Other creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. You want this for a Lord if you're playing with a bunch of flyers. If you're playing Drake Tribal, you want this. I found 2 cards in my books that feel like should fit in Noctis, so if you get around like... I still don't know what cards you wanting to add. So yeah, hey Aku, nearly done, FYI. Shaman of the Pack. Are you playing elves? You should probably. Are you playing elves? Are you playing at least Golgari? Probably strictly Golgari. Uh, strictly Golgari. Then yeah, you should have Shaman of the Pack in there. Also, if you are looking at a if you're looking at like a tribal deck, i.e. something, a deck where you've got like a bunch of changelings and a bunch of effects that care about, hey, do you have a creature that's this type or that type or whatever type? Throw them all together. Shaman of the Pack, you could go surprise burn a nation. And then artifact. I think I'm only going to go through the top 2 rows here. Remroller. This is trying really hard to be this is trying really hard to be Juggernaut. 4 mana, 5/3, attacks each combat available, can't be blocked by walls. 3 mana, 2/3, attacks each combat available, gets +2/+0 as long as you control another artifact. This is really close to being Juggernaut. It doesn't have the can't be blocked by walls text, but that hasn't been a realistic ability for decades now. And this is, attacks each combat fable. And if you control another artifact, that's easy enough. 3 mana, you have a 4/3. I think that's pretty good. You don't have to be playing Juggernaut Tribal. You just have to have enough artifacts and be playing something that's relatively, I would say relatively aggressive to want this. Padim and Chief of the Foundry. What's Padim do again? Artifacts you control have hexproof. Yep. And Chief of the Foundry. Yep. um, both stuff that makes sense for that deck. Veteran Sidearm. I don't think I would bother because let's see here. Short Sword. Yeah, one to cast, one to equip. Veteran Sidearm, I think, had already been power crept when it was printed. You basically get the same thing for one less to cast. It should be one to cast, one to equip, +1/+1. And these days, now you can get that with a little extra bonus added on. The only reason to play Veteran Sidearm over a card like Short Sword is you want a card that costs 2 that does the same thing. But you should be able to get more bonus out of that. Throwing Knife. 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Quick creature gets +2/+0. Whenever a quick creature attacks, you can sack the knife to do 2 damage to any target. This triggers this triggers before blockers are declared. Just want to point that out. What that is going to do is you might be able to remove a relevant blocker at some point, like that giant 7/2. Good lord, is Commander is vanilla. Yeah, Kytheon. You'll get rid of some things. I wouldn't worry about too much. Guardian Automaton. 4 mana for a 3/3. When this creature dies, you gain 3 life. I have this in my... I came up with a commons only Izzet life gain deck some time ago, and this is in it. Because it turns out the easiest way in Izzet to gain life with any sort of regularity at all is to lean on the artifacts that can let you do it. And I didn't even include stuff that were like food. I didn't include gingerbread or anything like that. And I could have. I just overlooked it completely. And I came up with stuff like this. And, yeah, if you are looking to... Like, this is one of those creatures that you don't mind if it dies. You don't want it to die, but you want it to die on your own terms. If it dies, oh well. If it doesn't die, cool. If it does die, but that's the other thing. You want to make sure it dies, it doesn't get exiled or whatever. Otherwise, you don't gain the life. It's fine. I would say there's other cards I would rather play instead, but it's okay for what it does. Bond Construct, 1 mana for a 2/1 can't attack alone. It's a 2/1 for 1 mana which makes it actually pretty good for blocking. Um, and as for attacking, you just need another creature that you're willing to attack with. It could be an ornithopter. And yeah, you are building an aggressive deck, and you're starting your curve on 1. Reasonable. Um, my Burrows aggro deck, my curve starts on 2, so cards like this got overlooked because that's where I was going. But if you're starting on 1, it's quite reasonable. Mage Ring Responder, 7 mana for a 7/7 that doesn't untap normally. You have to pay 7 to untap it. Whenever this attack deals 7 damage to target creature defending player controls, which is going to kill most things. If you have an insane if you have silly amounts of mana, you can use this and consistently tap and untap it. If you have silly amounts of mana, you can combine that with things like Heavy Arbalist. And just do like 2 points of damage at a time. This is not the best way to spend 7 mana, but it is a way you can spend 7 mana, or 14 mana, or 21 mana, or how much mana do you have? Oh, okay. If you're in blue, or is it, you've got access to things like, what is it? Is it Storm the Vaults? Whoops. Storm the Vault. Yeah, transform it into basically Tolarian Academy. and Commander, really easy to turn on. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 5 or more artifacts, transform it. Really easy to turn on. Warhorn, 3 mana, artifact attacking creatures you control get +1/+0. This is basically, what are, Orca Shore Flam / Goblin Flam. Orca Shore Flam was the OG. This is basically, I mean, Warhorn is an artifact. This is an enchantment that costs a full red mana more than Warhorn. And then in Modern Horizons, which came out when? 2019. So 4 years later, they did Goblin Oriflamme, which is approximately the same cost. It's red +1 instead of 3. But again, 1 colored mana can occasionally be converted roughly into 2 generic mana when you're looking at costing stuff. This is why you see things like a card that's 1 green +2 and a card that's double green being the exact same card, because the 2 mana versus the 1 colored mana is approximates to the same thing. Orbs of Warding. If you don't know about this by now, you should. 5 mana artifact, you have hexproof, and damage will be dealt to you is reduced by 1. Do you need protection? Yeah, look into Orbs of Warding. And then last card at the Last call to bar. Lands. Foundry of the Consoles. Tap for colorless. Or pay 5 and tap it and sack it. Make 2 1/1 Flying Thopters. It's fine. You might. This is basically saying, like, 6 and sack the land for 2 Thopters. I really wouldn't. I don't think. Like, this is one of those cards where it's like, I sack it in case of emergency. But it feels like there's ways to do that that are more efficient that do not require sacrificing it. It's an okay card to have in your back pocket just in case. I think if I'm playing this, I want to be in green because I want to have, like, ideally in green, because I want to have stuff like Ramanap Excavator and the like to get it back. And then Majoring Network. I have this on my list for my colors control deck because I want to be able to store up mana and then at some point turn around and go, cool, tap, I'm going to remove 5 counters, I'll add 5 to my mana, this now gives me 5 mana to play with, and then I tap this, and that brings me to 7, and now I start casting these. And, yeah, I think next week, I'm unsure where I'm going next week in terms of sets. I don't know if I go to. I think next week I probably jump straight to M19. So what's M19? Oh yes, some of the stuff everyone knows. Goreclaw, Stitcher Supplier, Meteor Golem. Meteor Golem, such a big deal. Like, destroy target non-land permanent and opponent controls. Cool, kill your land. Sigh, Lathless, Dragon. Like, a lot of these cards are like, yeah, we all need these cards. And if we look at the bottom, people are like, wait, what? What is this? Anyway, it is just after midnight. I think I gotta go for now. I'll see you guys next week. Might be like Wednesday, possibly Thursday when I do this. Talk to you later. Bye.